Okay, we are now live on YouTube.
Okay. So commissioners, I will take the roll. Chair Carroll, who's absent. Vice Chair Bland.
I'm here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi is absent. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
Okay, Fred.
Okay, welcome to the October 19th, 2021 public meeting and public hearing. New face today. Bear with us all as I try to lead the hearing this morning virtually. We hope that familiar face will be back with us next week. I think at this point we can go to Corey to read the first item.
Hey, thanks, Vice Chair Bland. And I do want to note for the record that this public hearing and public meeting is being held on Zoom and also live streaming on YouTube. Please also note that we are starting the Preservation Department agenda today with a public meeting item, which was previously presented at a public hearing and testimony was heard at that time. So as a reminder, we will not be taking public testimony for this item again today. And this is public meeting item number 1, LPC 21-05550, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 610, lot 56, 15 Greenwich Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a one-story taxpayer constructed in 1937 and designed by Charles Kronborg. The application is to demolish the building and construct a new building. This was last presented at the public hearing of July 20th, 2021, and no action was taken at that time. I'm just going to make a couple of remarks about commissioners' comments. Abby, if you could flip to the next slide that shows the prior proposal, that would be great. Okay, thank you. At the public hearing, the commissioners were supportive of the demolition of the existing building, which is not one for which the historic district was designated. Commissioners were also supportive of the general scale of the proposed new building, including its street wall height that transitioned between the larger and smaller buildings on either side. However, the commissioners were not in support of the design of the proposed building, which sought to incorporate various features of historic facades without authentic detailing, while using contemporary windows, storefronts, and rain screen construction. The applicant was asked to restudy the proposal to develop a more cohesive design approach and was encouraged to use more substantial materials at the primary facade, such as standard brick in lieu of the rain screen. With that, the applicant is here to present a revised proposal after we open the proceedings.
Thank you. In order to have the applicant speak, we do need a vote to open the proceedings. Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you make that motion?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chapin, would you second it?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the meeting is open and the applicant can now speak.
Thank you, commissioners. It's nice to be back here. And thank you, Corey and Mr. Narella, for your introduction. As was mentioned, we got some feedback at our meeting last time. We feel we've improved the design, and we appreciate the feedback we got because I do think the design has gotten a lot better. I have control of the slides now. What's that?
You can just click on the screen and advance from there with your scroll wheel or an arrow key.
Okay, so this was the previous. There we go. And this is the proposed design as it's been amended. Again, I think the general massing of the building has stayed the same. The number and proportion and sizing of the windows has stayed the same. We've mostly worked on the material selections and the detailing, and trying to really bring this into line with what's appropriate for a a masonry building in 2021. We're still proposing masonry. We think that that's appropriate for the district. It's a true full wide masonry veneer. It's no longer a thin brick. We're proposing a red velour brick, an extruded brick. It has clean, straight edges. We're exploring, the thinness we think we can achieve, the modulation of the surface. We can get into a bit more, the depth of the surface, everything that we see with masonry construction in 2021. Okay, so again, the previous proposal on the left, the updated proposal on the right. Again, the primary change was moving from the thin brick masonry rain screen to a full wide veneer. We've also introduced radial brick elements at the window jambs and a true wet cast limestone lintel piece with a very thin edge, and then it comes down in a radius piece. We can see more in the details. And this facade, we feel, actually has quite a bit of modulation and depth to it. And we think the play of the light and the shadow, especially as you move along Greenwich Avenue, is going to be something really special. When it comes to the storefront, again, we were sort of in between, I guess we would say, trying to be contemporary and also maybe traditional. Last time we've moved to a more sleek, I would say, and cohesive design with the storefront, ultra narrow styles, and a lot more glass, which we were also encouraged to bring up the height of the glass. We have it pretty much to the bottom of the slab at this point, and we'll get into more detail with the storefront as well. Let's see. Okay, so, and this has here some of the more specific finishes. All the metal is a Kynar finish, a baked Kynar finish. I think it's the 22. I think it's the 605 Kynar finish. That's for the metal panels and also for the aluminum on the windows and on the cornice. Again, this is a planned detail of the masonry facade, a full wide masonry with the radial brick at the corners, a slight reveal, and the face of the glass is held back 8 inches. With the energy code, and again, this is one of the features of construction today, that we're building really efficient buildings, tight buildings, buildings that are well insulated, so that the depth of a masonry wall has gotten much deeper, and we're trying to explore that. And the glass is set back 8 inches from the face of the brick, which gives some depth and character to the facade, and we'll have, again, create some shadows especially as you move along Greenwich Avenue and throughout the course of the day. And another thing to note is, let me see, that the width of the piers also changes, as you can see, along the width of the building from just about 16 inches to 24 to 32 and back again, as we play with the placement of this radial brick. And again, this has to do, we spoke last time, with the balance between glazing and solid on the facade, of what we thought was an appropriate amount of glazing, and where we could put some variation on the facade without it being too busy, but also having a proper amount of variation and interest in the facade. This is the wet cast limestone lintel that we spoke about. It's actually a hung lintel with a shelf reveal, shelf angle carrying the brick above it. That's actually where we're planning to carry the brick for the entire story, and it's just about 14 inches below the finished floor line, so it works out well with the location of the shelf angle. We're proposing two weeps above the shelf angle that will be not visible beyond the projection of the lintel here. You can see below the sill, which is also wet cast limestone, we have a series of soldier courses which are just slightly held back from the face of the rest of the brick. And again, this adds more visual interest without being too busy. And it's a detail that we see and we've worked with quite frequently when we do masonry buildings. Getting into the storefront, again, we've removed a lot of, I would say, the lines in the storefront. We're now proposing a 1/4 inch aluminum panel, again, Kynar baked with the 2605 finish. The signage band has been removed from the storefront, and we're proposing it would be 18 inches behind the glass, as you can see in this detail here, which will keep the facade consistent as tenants change throughout the retail space, but it will not have an effect on the facade of the street front. The glass has been raised up to almost 11 feet high, and the doors have also been raised up, increasing the amount of glazing, and we've gone to an ultra narrow style storefront system from C.R. Lawrence, again with a Kynar 2605 baked finish on the storefront elements. We've also introduced the storefront cornice, which connects with the building cornice. Again, a simple concave aluminum element that projects out a few inches beyond the street line. The residential portion is held back 9 inches from the face of the street, and the retail portion is 3 inches from the face of the street, which helps to distinguish, we think, one from the other. We're also proposing a canopy over the residential portion, which you can see in the section here. And again, this is a simple aluminum Kynar baked canopy that projects out almost 2 feet with the finish to match the storefront, the mullions. And here's that retail cornice and the glazing going up to the bottom of the slab. And you can see here, this is a closer look at the way the windows have adjusted. The floor heights did move a little bit as we moved the retail, but the size of the windows have stayed the same. Again, you can see the modulation on the facade of the size of these pilasters as it relates to the radial brick and the standard laid extruded brick. A closer look at the cornice. Again, we've tried to dial it back from what we had before, a little more simple, straightforward, and slicker. It's a simple radius aluminum cornice. The edge detail has the radius on both sides, and it ties back in with the corner detail, a full course of the brick. And here's a couple more views. You can see better the proposed residential canopy here. As mentioned, the material choices, we've gone with a full wide red velour brick from Glengarry. It has very clean edges and the color is consistent. We're proposing a slightly off-white mortar, and where needed in some select locations, such as on the elevator bulkhead, which is not very visible. I think it's in the appendix. We can see we're going with a stucco from Perix. The white cast limestone is the tech stone product from Haddonstone. Windows are from Skyline. Again, it's the 2605 big Kynar finish. The finish on the windows is to match all the other aluminum on the facade. It's a low iron, ultra clear IGU unit. It does have what's called the bird first coating, which is a UV coating that will deter birds from flying into the windows. This is the metal we propose for the storefront mullions, and then we're proposing a jet mist granite base at the bottom of the building. rear facade is, as we've shown it previously, we are still proposing a thin brick for the side and rear facades because we're quite constrained. It's a shallow lot. The lot's only 75 feet deep. And we are trying to squeeze as many square feet and inches out of this project, which we're already so constrained. So we're still proposing the thin brick. It's a mechanically adhered thin brick, as we did discuss last time. It's not a adhered thin brick. It's also from Glengarry, the same brick. They can produce it, the exact same brick in a full wide brick as well as a thin brick. And these are simple punched openings here with stainless steel railings for the balconies in the rear. Again, as it turns the corner, this is the north elevation as you're looking down Greenwich Avenue, sticking up above 17 Greenwich. As it turns the corner on that lot line, we are proposing this thin brick, and everything that's not visible from the street is the stucco finish that we showed from Perex. And this is the south facade, which is not at all visible, only from the courtyard, or I guess the rear yards of 1 Christopher as it turns around the corner. Again, and just one more view, the previous design, and this is the design which we're proposing today. So thank you again for having us here today. It's nice to be back. We'd love to see you all in person, but we're glad we can continue to do this even virtually, and we're excited to move this project along. Thank you.
Thank you for your very full presentation. Commissioners, are there any questions of the applicant? I'm not seeing any, but I'm not seeing the whole panoply.
Yeah,
Corey?
Fred, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
All right, you're not good. Okay, I don't see the commissioners actually. Sorry. So no hands raised. So at this point, do I need to close the proceedings?
No, you don't need to close the proceedings. The hearing you would, but not proceedings. Now we just go to comments.
All right. So we go right directly to comments, and I'll ask Commissioner Shamir Barron to start, please. Addie, can you hear me? I'm not sure the problem.
She's connecting now,
Sorry.
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. Okay, sorry. Can you say again what you said?
I'm just asking you to start the round of comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. So I think that there are a couple of things. Firstly, I think there's the change in the selection of the brick is really a positive thing. There's something unusual about it, but I think it works, especially the depth of the glass. I'm still a little bit concerned or have questions about the cornice on the first level and the detailing of the kind of the storefront as it meets the cornice. So I'm not sure if others can have a better sense of that, but I'd love for us to discuss the element.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Diana Chapin. Your thoughts?
I kind of agree with Addie. I think in general that the entire project has been improved by the changes that have been made. I think maybe the staff should just work with the applicant on the details of the ground floor, including the cornice, to make sure that they are most appropriate and that they fit properly and so forth.
Thank you. Commissioner Chan?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall the project has improved since the last time, but I share a little bit of the concern with the not the lower corners, but the upper corner. So I leave it up to the other commissioner to see how they feel. Otherwise, it's fine.
Commissioner Devonshire.
I agree with my colleagues. I think it's much improved. I think that the base cornice could be beefed up a little bit to separate the base and the rest of the building a little bit.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. I think that the lower level cornice should come up to the, I would suggest they consider it, bring it up to the underside of the windowsills and kind of integrate that in. But in any way, I think the base needs to be a little bit more emphatic, and the connection between the base and the rest of the building should be considered. But I think in general, it's a much improved scheme, and I think it's appropriate, and I think that the issues can be handled at staff level.
Thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
I agree with the previous comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
I think it's a really improved scheme. And my only comment is basically the planter box. It seems odd in the proportion of the base. And I think the base itself should be restudied.
And finally, Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree with most of the comments that have already been made. I think the design is greatly improved. I really like the idea of the radial brick at the window jambs. And I do agree that the storefront could use a little restudying. And I share Commissioner Jefferson's concern about the planter. It seems a little bit out of place, especially on this commercial street. And that flat, solid panel behind it, maybe that could have some kind of articulation, but I think that's also something that I could work with staff on.
With staff, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, my own thoughts are similar. I think the previous scheme was kind of caught between a contemporary approach and a very contextual approach, and I think the architect now has broken away. It's still contextual, of course, but it's now a clearly contemporary building. I think the radial brick particularly is a distinctive element. And I would agree that working with staff, the applicant can perfect, particularly perhaps the lower level. And I just question whether the bulkhead, tiny as it is too tiny. But these are all things that I feel can be worked out with the applicant working with our staff. And I think that's a general feeling. So at this point, could I ask Commissioner Goldblum to read the motion?
Sure.
Vice Chair Plant?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to note the additional testimony that we received.
Oh, I'm
on this
sorry.
item.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
We can't give public
Yes.
testimony, but we can receive it, I think. So thank you, Lisa.
Yes, and I do want to note that we did receive additional testimony for this item, and all of which was shared with the commissioners in advance of this public meeting. And Community Board 2 sent us a resolution recommending that the application be denied unless the cornice brick windows and the ground floor surround an infill or modified to achieve a design that has a historical reference, pleasing proportions, and has harmony with the building itself and with the district. We also received additional letters in opposition from Village Preservation and the Society for the Architecture of the City, as well as 72 emails in opposition. Thank you.
Well, that's an important additional piece of information. I'm not sure if anybody wants to change their thoughts on anything. They can let me know right now. Otherwise, I'd ask Commissioner Goldblum to proceed with the resolution.
Okay. Regarding 15 Greenwich Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to demolish a building and construct a new building. I note that the west side of Greenwich Avenue between Christopher and West 10th Streets is characterized by late 19th and early 20th century residential buildings with ground floor commercial spaces that vary in height from the high-rise corner apartment building to a 3-story row house. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the existing building is not one for which the Greenwich Village Historic District was designated. Therefore, the proposed demolition will not eliminate a significant historic structure which contributes to the special architectural or historic character of the district. But the height of the proposed 6-story building bridges the difference in heights between the low-scale buildings on the block and the much taller corner building. With the 4-bay configuration of the facade with punched openings is consistent with the rhythm, configuration, and scale of the adjacent residential facades, and that the scale and proportions of the ground floor openings are consistent with existing ground floor storefront and building entrance openings in the streetscape, that the design and materials of the new building, consisting of a red brick cladding with recessed masonry panels, curved brick jambs, and limestone-colored cast stone sills and curved lintels, bronze tone metal storefronts, and windows with transoms and a projecting curved metal cornice, is a modern interpretation of the low-scale late 19th century apartment buildings adjacent to this lot and found throughout the historic district, and that these features will provide texture and shadow lines to the facade. The shallow marquee and solid side panel at the building entrance distinguishes the residential entrance from the storefront portion of the ground floor. That the rooftop bulkhead and mechanical screen will be set back from the front facade and will not be visible from the public thoroughfare. That the extension of the commercial space at the ground floor and basement to the rear lot line will be consistent with similar conditions found at neighboring buildings on Greenwich Avenue. That the simple design of the rear facade, featuring masonry cladding, punched window and door openings, projecting balconies, will be typical of rear facades of multifamily residential buildings in this historic district. And that for these reasons, the proposed building will relate well to the streetscape and to the Greenwich Village Historic District. However, I recommend that the cornice above the ground floor be raised and further articulated to strengthen the base of the building, and that the details and joints of the metal panels at the ground floor, surround, and cornices be refined in consultation with the commission staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No, hold on.
Go around, sorry.
Yeah, I just ask me and I'll call the roll, Fred.
Okay.
So Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you. Good luck to the applicant, and please reach out to our staff.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's nice to see you, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to the public hearing items. The first is public hearing item number 1, LPC 22-00116, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1833, Lot 16, 214 Jefferson Avenue in the Bedford Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Frederick L. Hine and built circa 1909. And the application is to modify a masonry opening and install a balcony and a fence. The staff will be presenting the proposal this morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Lowry, LPC staff. The subject property is located on the south side of Jefferson Avenue between Nostrand and Marcy Avenues. All of the proposed work is located at the rear of the house. And as we can see from the shots from the breaks in the building line at the Marcy and Nostrand Avenues, none of the work will be visible from a public thoroughfare. The scope of work is to modify and enlarge window and door openings at the parlor and basement floors of the rear L extension, this area here, and install wraparound window and door assemblies without maintaining a 12-inch by 12-inch wide corner post as per staff guidelines, and to install a wood privacy fence at the roof deck here of the rear L extension, and a 3 feet wide metal catwalk balcony at the second floor. As we can see from the rear elevations, this is the proposed wraparound window and door assemblies at the rear L extension. And then you can see the privacy fence, and then the metal catwalk balcony connecting a modified opening at the second floor to the roof deck of the rear L extension. Just to give you some context photographs of the rear facade and rear extension. You can see this is the corner that's going to be modified. It's a sort of shared rear L adjacent sort of twin here on the left. And just to give you a sense, this is the adjacent property with their rear extension. And then looking down from the roof, we see the roof deck of the subject property and then the attached rear L. And this is where the privacy fence would be installed. And finally, here is just an axon just to provide you with a better sense of the scope of work of the wraparound corner window assemblies at the rear L, the catwalk balcony, and then the wood privacy fence. Joshua Pulver of Architecture Plus Construction is here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rich.
Commissioners, do we have questions? And Lisa, if you see raised hands, I don't. Would you let us know?
Commissioner Jefferson has a question.
Okay, thank you.
How wide is this brownstone and how wide is the piece that sticks into the backyard?
If we could go back to the plans, I think there's dimensions on there. I don't know off the top of my head. So the brownstone width, if you could zoom in on the left, Rich. Yeah, so the piece is roughly 10 feet by 24 feet, and the overall brownstone width, I believe, is 18.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Corey, if you can see them, I can't, so you'll have to let me know.
There are no hands raised.
No hands raised. At this point, then we'll go to public testimony, and I think Lisa Kersavage will lead us through that.
Actually, Anthony will.
Or Anthony,
Yeah,
sorry.
Anthony.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So we do have some signups for this item. The first person that I will bring in will be Evelyn Collier from Community Board 3.
And Anthony, I think we also wanted to note that for anybody that wants to testify,
Yes.
you should please raise your hand and we will call on you.
Thank you. So I do see some hands, and these are signups. So I will bring in Evelyn as our first speaker. Evelyn, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Morning.
Thank you.
We can hear you, we can see you. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Evelyn Collier, representing Community Board 3. I'm the chair of the Landmark Preservation Committee. I'm here to read this resolution and our comments. This is an application to alter an existing residential building for LPC application 2200116 for 214 Jefferson Avenue in the Bedford-Stuyvesant and the Bedford Historic District. This application was presented to us on September the 15th by Jess Pulver, the architect representing the owner. This residential building situated within the Bedford Historic District is a 20-foot wide, 4-story Renaissance limestone townhouse with basement and cellar, built in 1909 by architect and builder Frederick L. Hine and Carrie E. Hine. The applicant seeks to modify existing partial width re-extension with substantial ground floor and parlor level window alteration, including corner kissing window and a 3rd level roof terrace and a connecting catwalk at that level. Committee comments on the proposed alteration include to eliminate the catwalk, consider replacement and or new windows on the rear elevation that are or appear to be double hung 1/1 windows. Duplicate adjacent building details with respect to windows and door alignment. Replace proposed French doors with a single swing wood and glass door that is aligned with the window above. reconsider configuration of proposed rear extension window and door, eliminate the modernist kissing corner window, which are not in keeping with the historic masonry construction, build lintels at masonry openings and resurface the extension in the appropriate finish and color, ensure that the proposed rooftop equipment is not visible from the street and or rear yards. The commission should review the following: height of the roof terrace privacy fence, position and placement of drainage and downspout, rear door and window detail, metal decking, railing detail, placement of air conditioning compressor unit.
Thank
The
you.
proposed alteration to the existing rear yard extension will significantly impact the property form and character and is not aligned with nearby extensions in the district. Therefore, the Brooklyn Community Board 3 resolves to not support the proposed alteration to the existing building. Chair of the Community Board, Richard Flateau, Evelyn Collier, Chair of the Landmark and Preservation Committee.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And the next person that I will bring in will be Diego Roballo from the Historic Districts Council. Diego, you should be in the meeting.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Diego Roballo from the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed fenestration at the second floor level to be awkward and inappropriate. At best, the design lacks a consistent logic from floor to floor, and as a result, the rear overall feel of the rear facade becomes a mishmash. The legibility of the masonry opening on the second and third floor should be maintained, either by simply dropping the seals of the existing openings to the level of the deck, or perhaps combining the two openings on the left side of the second floor into a single wider opening. The Juliet balcony over the existing oriel window of the parlor floor is also unfortunate and crowds the composition. We ask that the commissioners ask staff to work with the applicant to achieve a simpler, more consistent composition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that I'll bring in is John Graham. John, you just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera, and you have 3 minutes to testify. John, are you in the meeting? John, I see that you're in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone. I'll go ahead and ask you to unmute.
Okay, got it?
Yep, we can hear you now. And you have 3 minutes to testify.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Graham from the BSNY. Founded in New York City in 1966, the Victorian Society in America is dedicated to fostering the appreciation and preservation of our 19th and early 20th century heritage. The New York chapter promotes preservation of our historic districts, individual landmarks, interiors, and civic art. There are several aspects of the proposed alterations at 214 Jefferson which the BSNY finds acceptable. None of the changes will be visible from the street. The applicants are not proposing to increase the building's footprint. The historic bay window at the parlor floor is to remain intact, and the window openings on the top floor are staying the same size. However, we do not support the applicant's decision to remove all of the historic masonry at the southeast corner of the extension, install a slim steel column, and create large corner windows at the basement and parlor floor. Commissioners, 214 Jefferson is one of a row of 5 houses, 206 through 214. All 5 of these houses have matching rear extensions with the same footprint and height. No permits have been issued for work at the rear facades of these buildings on this row since the 2015 designation. The preservation only shows one of these adjacent houses at 212. Because the masonry clad extensions at these houses remain intact and because they are an important unifying factor in this row, we believe that removing all of the masonry at the corner of the extension at 214 will diminish the character of this house and the unity of the row. We therefore urge the applicant to reduce the width of the large triple windows on the basement and parlor floors, to eliminate the use of the steel column, and to retain a masonry pier at the corner of the extension. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you. Do we have further?
Sorry about that. I was muted. I do not see any other signups for this item, and I do not see any other hands raised.
All right.
But Vice Chair Bland, I do want to note that we also received in writing the immediate neighbors, 212 and 216 Jefferson Avenue, sent a letter in support of this item, and we shared that in advance.
In support, yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions before we close the hearing?
We would like to give the applicant a chance to respond to the testimony.
Right. Thank you very much, Corey. Yes, always.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Rich, and everyone who's spoken. Rich, for your time and getting to this point. I think ultimately my client's goal is to try to integrate the exterior and the interior in a greater way. And that's really what the nature of this proposal is. The additional work proposed in the interior, which is not subject to this hearing, is sensitive to all of the existing architectural features. And I think we're just trying to bring this to the 21st century and allow the outside and the inside to be integrated better. And I understand the commentary. I think that the second floor windows, door configuration could be altered to make cleaner alignments. But that ultimately the scope is proposed at the outside corner of the rear addition is what my client is asking for. So that's why we're here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any further comments by commissioners? Otherwise, we can close the hearing, I think. And I'll ask Commissioner Gustafson to make that motion.
So moved.
And Commissioner Jefferson to second it. Commissioner Jefferson, will you?
I was muted. I second the motion.
Thank you very much. So the hearing is.
Nope, you need to do all in favor and any opposed.
Yeah. All in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the hearing is now closed and we can have our comments. And I'd ask perhaps Commissioner Jefferson to start.
Thank you. This one is kind of easy for me because it's there's a brownstone typology that we all love and appreciate, and then there's a modernist language that we all love and appreciate. And once we start to put them together, we get a certain type of hybrid. And in this particular case, it's jarring, and I think the corner window is just too much. It's too, the scale of it, the size of it. So I find this one difficult to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Gustafson.
I'm not as struck as Commissioner Jefferson is by this. Scale and footprint are fine. It is it's not visible from the street, so I'm not as concerned. I think it is a good point, though. We very rarely see that kind of approach to a corner on a rear of a brownstone extension, and that may need to be rethought. But I find it appropriate as it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldblum.
This is an interesting one. I think that this, when I first saw it, it really reminded me of the kind of ad hoc interventions that one actually sees a lot of in Brooklyn backyards. I didn't think it was particularly harmonious or formally designed. it has a very kind of ad hoc look to it. And even though I think that there are aspects of it that I think are not historically correct, I think its casualness and informality, for me, makes it appropriate as is. And with all the things noted in the testimony being kind of faux pas, I think that it's okay because it kind of looks like backyard additions. I think we often tend to want to correct, and I think that that's generally a good thing. I'm certainly guilty of it more than most, I'm sure. But for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's the hour of the day, a sunny day. I think it's okay as is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire.
Ad hoc it is, and contemporary it is. And I would say probably the biggest negative point that I find is that all of the metal appears to be painted black. If the metal could be a more neutral color, I would be happier, but I think this is approvable.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I think must be the weather. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Gustafson and the two Michaels. I will go. I think it's acceptable, and it's up to the rest of the board if you want to paint the color of the handrail a different color.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I found this simple and modern. Perhaps the window height in the back or the top, the middle, second floor could be reduced a little, but I think in general, it's so similar to things that we have approved in the past, because we do approve modern rear yards on these historic buildings. And I was very interested in the Victorian Society testimony about the similarity of the backs, because we have sometimes on a few occasions considered that and not approved modern additions. But this is so similar to things that I think we've seen before. As far as the corner window, I don't have a problem with that in this case. So I think I can approve this as presented.
Thank you. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I think this is appropriate and very similar to other things that we've approved in the past.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
I think I was struck by this being very jarring when I first saw it. And I think after having listened to everyone's comments that I think it is the color black. I think it's just such a stark contrast to the sort of gray stucco that I think a more neutral color would help tone it down, and then I would find it appropriate.
Otherwise, okay, right?
Yep.
Good, okay. My own thoughts are similar. At first, I thought the corner window, not inappropriate necessarily, but sometimes I think these large windows that look into the neighbor's properties are kind of a problem, maybe not a landmarks problem, but a neighborly problem. But both neighbors seem to weigh in and support the scheme, so I have to respect that. Secondly, I was a little put off by the catwalk, but no one else has expressed any concern there, so I think I'm okay with that as well. And I'm partly okay with this because it's completely invisible from the public way. So I think we have enough votes for approval.
Vice Chair Bland?
Yes.
I just want to note that Commissioner Lutfi has joined. I think she probably joined a little late to comment, but you should ask.
I noticed that too. Commissioner Lutfi, would you like to weigh in on this or would you like to wait?
I think I'd like to wait. I joined pretty late.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
I did join and I'm happy to welcome you. Okay, well then, with that, if I could ask Commissioner Devonshire to make the motion And I think the one thing that I noted that we should probably note in the motion is that the color of the metal work should be worked out with.
We don't have a caretaker.
Perhaps a more neutral color.
Understood.
Certainly. In the matter of 214 Jefferson Avenue in the Bedford Historic District, an application to modify a masonry opening and install a balcony and fence. I recommend approval with a modification, finding that the proposed work will not be visible from the public thoroughfare. The proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features. The installation of a privacy fence at the roof of the rear addition and a Juliet balcony is an extension to the terrace and will not detract from the features of the rear facade or its relationship to the others in the row, and will be consistent with fences, screens, railings typical of rear yards and rear additions. That the wraparound window and door assemblies at the rear addition will not overwhelm the rear facade and will maintain the scale of the building as an individual row house. And the work will not detract from the building or the Bedford Historic District, and the applicant will work with commission staff to modify the colors of the metal elements at the rear facade.
Thank you. Will Commissioner Holford Smith second that?
I second it.
Right. Mark, would you call the roll?
Yes. Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
And nay.
Commissioner Luffy's abstaining. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and, no, I'm sorry, eight with 8 in favor and 1 abstaining, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next.
And one opposed.
And 1 opposed, yeah.
Okay, we'll now move to public hearing item number 2, LPC 21-09343. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Brooklyn, block 30, lot 4, 53 Pearl Street in the Dumbo Historic District. This is an Italianate style factory building built circa 1880. And the application is to alter ground floor openings, install new entry infill, replace the stoop and windows, and install signage.
Okay, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Hang on a second, we're having some technical difficulties. Okay, if you could just be sure not to hit Control L when you take control of the presentation. Just click on your screen and use your arrow keys to move it back and forth. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Hey, this is Michael Kipfer from Mancini Duffy Architecture. We're representing the applicant for this hearing. We're on 53 Pearl Street in Brooklyn. And then, sorry. Okay, so this is in the Dumbo Historic District. You can see here, we're in Dumbo, just east of the Manhattan Bridge. You can see this building. It's an existing 4-story building with painted brick and brownstone headers and seals throughout the building. It's on Pearl Street, and it's joined by 2 neighboring buildings. This application, there was a previously approved LPC application for this location. It involved a very large scale addition to the building itself and an external ramp that spanned the whole ground floor of the building. This is not that same application. This is a different owner and a different, a newly proposed scope for the building. The scope itself mainly lies down on the ground floor. As you saw, there's an existing landing, concrete landing with a metal ramp that's going up to that center entry to the ground floor. There's also another door over on this right side of the ground floor that goes in and allows access to the upper floors. There's also some roll-up shutters and things like that along the ground floor. Mainly our application is to make this building ADA accessible and to try to internalize the ramp so that it is not seen on the exterior of the building, as long as realigning some of the windows in replacement of the windows through the application. Here you'll see some tax photos of the building. These are from 1980. There were not 1940 tax photos available, but you can see here a picture of the building from 1980. The existing building itself, here you can see this concrete ramp down at the bottom in Exhibit 2 with that kind of very unsightly metal ramp that's coming up to it. You can see that the building itself, it definitely needs kind of a new coat of paint throughout it. And you can see the different shuttered windows and window types along the ground floor. Here on the left, you can see an existing rendering of the facade. And then on the right, a new proposed rendering of the facade. Mainly the goal on the ground floor is to help realign the windows with the natural rhythms that are above it. So you can see at the middle first floor storefront entry, we're just widening it a bit so that it aligns with the upper level windows. And then over on the right side, we're just widening that a bit and increasing its height so that it aligns with the ground floor level itself. Here you can see down on the bottom plan, our proposed ground floor entry where we're incorporating a ramp internal to the building, and that will help access to an elevator, a newly proposed elevator in the rear of the building. So this is how we are going away from having to have a ramp exterior to the building as previously approved in a separate application, and also to steer away from the existing condition as well. Instead, you can see this new landing with a stair going up to the first floor, and ADA accessibility would come internal to the building and then through that lobby that's proposed. The landing itself is proposed cast iron, and then we are proposing a parged ground area to help blend the ramp, or sorry, the stair landing with the existing ground level. Here are some existing pictures of the scale of all of the windows and an existing drawing of the windows that shows the dimensions and everything like that. You can see the existing brownstone sill that has been stuccoed over and is painted a darker color. We're proposing to just simply repaint everything with light colors to help give the rest of the facade a nice facelift. Here you can see the proposed new window. It's the Skyline Series window. It does feature, sorry, I'm just catching up. It does feature a historic beaded profile on the upper part of the window to maintain that historical integrity. Everything else is trying to stay with the same dimensions as the existing windows have on the upper floors and around the building. Here you can see overall dimensions of that ground level, both the storefront in the middle and the side entry, the ADA accessible entry as well. You can see once again that everything is kind of aligned at that ground level to help organize it within the elevation. Some proposed colors, the darker colors for around the windows, for the lintels and the sills, the exterior wall paint to be as similar to the building's current color, and then down on the proposed landing, a cast iron landing with punched glass inserts. Here's just more elevations and details of the ground floor, and then a detail of that landing. You can see mainly there are stairs on both the left and the right, and then a little cascading effect that follows the stair lines on the front. Obviously, those wouldn't be stairs, but they're just trying to kind of wrap around the details throughout the landing. And then a nice kind of slim stainless steel handrail to try to avoid, taking too much frontage into the ground floor. We just quickly included the previously approved rendering from Landmarks of the previous facade. Here they did align all the windows similar to what we're trying to do on the ground floor, and they made it an appropriate ADA accessible ramp in the front. Obviously, in this application, we're trying to avoid to have such a large ramp in front, and that's why we're internalizing the ramp inside the building. That's all for our testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the commissioners? If so, Lisa or Corey will have to call up.
Fred, I see Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, just a minor question. Just on the front part, the ADA ramp in the front, what kind of pitch is it at? Is it a 1 to 12?
Yes, it's 1 to 12 ADA accessible, yes.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions?
Commissioner Jefferson has one.
Okay.
You're muted, Commissioner Jefferson. Please unmute yourself.
So this is an idea question, intent question. On the left-hand side, they have a foundation wall that comes up and have a trim piece. And that's a different attitude about what you're doing on the right-hand side, where you're making a base. And I find it fascinating, that type of change. Could you explain it to me why? I mean, you did a wonderful job. It's a beautiful work, but why the change? Why the base?
Yeah, and that's a great question. So, as we were designing this landing, we really liked the idea of that cast iron type of detail for the landing itself. And we noticed, obviously it's going to come out as a darker color. We noticed it just stood out a bit too much for our taste as it was applied to a lighter color building at the base. So we thought it might help kind of dissolve away by parging that lower base and making it feel more of kind of an anchor to the building and make the stair more appropriate from a color perspective.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Which only Lisa could see, at least I can't. If not,
I don't see any other hands raised.
Thank you, Lisa. We'll go to Anthony now, who will ask for public testimony.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. So I'll start with anyone who has signed up, and then I will move on to anyone who wishes to speak and has their hand raised. So we do have some signups for this item, and the first person that I will bring in is Doreen Gallo. Doreen, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to speak. I do not see her. Oh, here she is. Doreen, I'm going to go ahead and...
I got it. So sorry.
Oh, great, no problem.
Okay, my name is Doreen Gallo. I'm speaking on behalf of the Dumbo Neighborhood Alliance. For the majority of our committee preferred this proposal over what was previously approved by Landmarks. But we have some concerns on the painting of the facade. The picture shown in the application is from 1980. There's no historic photo included, and I take issue with that. is not available, because I live in a building around the corner that was attached to this building, and I have one for my own, and I'm happy to research this for you. But the brick building pictured in the 1980 photo is covered in thorough seal. And I know this for a fact. The owner later painted the building in a pale yellow prior to designation, and it has no historic significance to either this building or the district. So we ask that the building be restored to its original brick facade. The Belgian block and bluestone sidewalk is included in the Dumbo Historic District designation report, and it's not at all included in this proposal. The bluestone and Belgian blocks have been removed for the neighborhood's infrastructure work being done, but they must, and they'll be restored when the work is completed. Please assure us that there is planning for the recovery and restoration of the Belgian block and bluestone sidewalk with the entry proposal, and why wasn't it included? Regarding the signage, we just hope that the number could be decreased. There's kind of a style thing that's going on in Dumbo where people, you know, I don't know, it just doesn't look so great. So I would hope that you can give some consideration. And I just want to comment on what Commissioner Jefferson said. If the building was restored to the brick as it should be, then maybe you wouldn't have that taste change to blend the bottom to the ramp. So that's all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one other sign up for this item, and I will bring in John Graham from the Victorian Society of New York. John, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. The VSNY supports some aspects of this proposal. We have no objection to widening the door on the right side of the facade to provide barrier-free access, installing a transom light in the upper portion of the enlarged opening, and painting the street number on the transom, to the installation of a bracket sign and to the replacement of the modern 1/1 double-hung windows with new black finished 1/1 aluminum windows, as this work will require the removal of a minimum amount of historic masonry. Transom lights and signs painted on transoms are frequently seen on buildings of this age and type, and we don't have clear evidence of the historic window configuration at this building, while 1/1 windows are a feature of many 19th century warehouses. We also have no issue with removing the modern roll-down gates, the pair of aluminum and glass doors at the main entrance, and the steel lintel at this entrance, and to narrowing the second window on the right, retaining the historic lintel. However, there are some major problems with other aspects of this proposal, in part because the applicants haven't provided clear information about the existing and proposed conditions. Commissioners, when we visited the site, we saw several areas where the heavy paint on the trim is cracked, revealing historic brownstone. The applicant is proposing to install several new lintels, but doesn't give dimensions for the new lintels or call out the materials. We urge them to inspect the historic sills, lintels, and water table to provide new lintels matching the color and texture of the historic stone, and to match the dimensions of the historic stone elements in each location. Below the water table, the applicants are proposing to install new parging in a manner which is both atypical for 19th century buildings and will conceal the historic brick cladding. Perhaps this is supposed to recall the massive granite blocks occasionally used as the foundations for historic warehouses, but it simply doesn't do the trick. We urge them to eliminate the parging and restore the brick. At the main entrance, they are proposing to widening the door opening. Because they are providing a door with barrier-free access on the right side of the facade, removing historic brick at this main entrance to widen the central opening seems to be both unnecessary and overly destructive. We urge them to leave this opening as it is. We find the storefront framing at the two entrances to be too delicate, thin, and attenuated. The proportions are wrong for a building with the sturdy industrial character of 53 Pearl. We urge them to use storefront framing with greater mass and presence. Finally, we realize this building was painted for many years prior to designation, but urge the applicant to consider stripping the paint and returning the facade to its original red brick with brownstone trim, or at least to paint in colors reflecting the underlying materials. If stripping the paint is not possible at this time, using cast stone for the new lintels would make it possible at some future date. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. We do not have any more signups for this item, and I do not see any other hands raised.
Would the applicant to therefore respond to the testimony, or Lisa, do you see more hands?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to note that we received a submission from Community Board 2 on a resolution recommending approval of this application.
Okay, thank you. Now, if the applicant would like to respond, I would like to hear specifically a response to some of the testimony related to the facade material, brick versus paint, etc., and also the bluestone Belgian block sidewalk areas.
And I also have a question real quick.
Okay, sorry.
And that is that the 80s tax photos seem to, and I may have missed this if it was discussed, show 4/4 windows. Is that the case? That's just my question.
Right. The applicant will also perhaps respond to that question.
Thanks.
Yes. So thank you everyone for the comments. Greatly appreciated. I think in response to the windows, they look to be 1/1. Sorry, it's not allowing me to change slides. But if I think in response to the brick being parched and painted, I think in this case, from a scope of work standpoint, we weren't necessarily looking to go into that type of restoration. Just with the scope of work, we were mainly trying to focus on the ground floor. I think there was also some precedent from the previously approved application that did not take this approach, and we were simply trying to inherit some of those aspects as we went forward with this design. In regard to the water table line and the granite or darker parched area, at one point in our research and design, we did think about applying a granite cladding to help anchor the building a little bit more. It ended up just going into more of a parched approach. And once again, it was really just in response to the darker landing, thinking that it all kind of unified everything together more from a visual perspective. And just showing some of these contemporary storefronts in there, we thought that it would kind of blend everything together from the color palette.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the commissioners? All right, no further questions. So I believe we can start our.
Let's close the hearing, Commissioner. Let's close the hearing.
Thank you. May I have a motion from Michael Goldblum to close the hearing?
So moved.
And a second by Commissioner Chen.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed, and now we can go to our comments. And I would ask Commissioner Chapin to start.
Okay, Vice Chair Bland, if I could, I just wanted to clarify something from testimony in regard to the proposal. So the existing painted condition is what existed at the time of designation, and the applicant is essentially repainting that to maintain that. So that is general maintenance that can be approved at staff level, and often, in fact, without a permit, they're not stripping it away, so it doesn't sort of present that opportunity to compel them to remove it. It's not part of what's before the commissioners today. And I would add to that the prior proposal that was approved by the commission The architects had studied this extensively and I believe made attempts to remove some of the coating, and it proved extremely difficult and damaging to the brick beneath, if memory serves me right. So I think in that case, they also chose to paint the facade rather than trying to strip it for those reasons.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful.
Yeah, and one more comment on the windows as well. Staff has looked at that closely, as did the prior applicant. And because the lot was merged with others in a group, the tax photos weren't taken of this particular building. So we don't have that record of the original configuration. There were early etchings made that showed multi-light windows on similar buildings, but I don't believe of this actual building. So again, we believe the original configuration is unknown. It could have been multi-lighted, but perhaps it wasn't. And that was generally the logic that was used by the commissioners last go round to approve the 1/1 configuration.
Okay, but the photograph from the 1980s actually shows, if you blow up, that there are, okay. So, but you're saying we don't know if that was the original.
Correct.
Got it.
I believe the staff had informed me that they took a close look and thought that not all of them were 4/4 or whatever that configuration was, even within that one photo. So again, it's possible that those were some remaining historic windows, but it's unclear.
And the commission has previously approved 1/1 on this building.
Okay, very helpful, all of this. We'll go back to Commissioner Chapin for her thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Bland. I was concerned about the issue of parching, because often it does really turn out to be destructive. So I was very interested in hearing Corey's comments, and which were helpful about the building. I think that looking at this proposal, and based on what was previously approved, and also looking at it is what would this be approvable, as opposed to, can we approve it as presented, as opposed to, what conceivably some alternatives that might be possible. I think I can approve this as presented. To me, it is appropriate. So I think that the changes that were made to the previous proposal actually are suitable, and in some cases, really an improvement. So I can approve this as presented.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think that I want to commend the applicant by being thoughtful and moving the ADA ramp into the building. And I think that is by providing the accessibility here.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire. Is he muted?
Sorry, Fred, I was muted. In general, I can approve this. If I may, further to Corey's mention of the material on the bricks, if it is in fact thorough seal, it is probably one of the most tenacious cementitious materials known to man. It is impossible to remove it from brick without destroying the brick. So if they attempted to do that here, one possibility that we did on the Merchants House Museum was actually taking the bricks out, turning them around, and setting them in a softer mortar so there's moisture transmissivity. But otherwise, if you try and abrasively blast it with any sort of medium, you destroy the fire skin on the brick by the time you've got the thorough seal up. So you would either have a completely destroyed facade, or they would have to replace all the bricks with new brick, which is not the direction we like to go in. In any case, I can approve this. What I would like to see is the iron tiebacks painted the same color as the fields. Having these little cutesy X's all over this building, I think, is kind of hokey. So I'd like to see them painted out.
Okay, thank you, and edifying as always. Michael Goldblum, your thoughts?
No, thanks to the order of our usual chair, I'm always before Michael Devonshire. He always says, I agree with Michael, or not always, but often. So now I get to repay the favor and say, I agree 100% with what Michael just said.
Okay, I like it. Thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
Yeah, I agree with the Michaels. And I do want to emphasize what Commissioner Chen said, though. The choice to move the ramp inside on this occasion is I know it takes up the space in the building, but it really is changes the way the main entrance of this building will look and operate. And I think it's an excellent choice.
Good. Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
I agree with my fellow commissioners on all these issues. I do agree that the star marks are very dominant, and if they were painted lighter, the facade would still be very strong. But if it's not, I can approve this.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lutfi.
I also agree with my fellow commissioners. I think they've done a terrific job. I mean, moving the entrance from what we previously approved actually makes the visually the building feel much tighter and more cohesive, and adjusting the windows in terms of alignment and scale, it works very, very well. And of course, moving the ramp indoors was a great idea. So I can approve.
Thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much all the comments that have already been made. I think my only comment would be about this choice of stucco at the base, which I think it's not going to wear very well. And I think if they're trying to create a sort of a bottom plane, that perhaps they just paint it. And that would probably do less damage to the brick than installing lath and stucco. Otherwise, I think it's a very good application. I think the cast iron stairs are a really nice touch.
Thank you. And Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I'm in agreement. I think that this is appropriate. And I think Commissioner Holford Smith's last comment about the paint at the base or bulkhead makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. And for my own thoughts, not dissimilar at all to everyone else's, I think this is a clean, neat proposal. Putting the stairs on the inside is a great move, I think, to be applauded. And I just want to take note, so often we see the edge of new stairs and ramps on the edge, outside a building, and it's always that flat edge. And I think this is the first time I've seen anybody attempt to do something with that flat, sawed off kind of feeling of that edge and return the step a little bit, not as a step, but as a detail, which I think is something we should remember maybe in the future. So I'm in total agreement with everybody else then that this is a very nice proposal. If I could ask you, Anne, to read the resolution.
Sure.
Yes.
Are we in agreement about this painting the base, not stucco?
Yeah, I think that should be, working with staff.
Okay. All right.
And the color of the tie backs.
Right.
Exactly. Right.
Okay. In the matter of LPC 2109343, 53 Pearl Street in the Dumbo Historic District. An Italianate-style factory building built in circa 1880. Application is to alter ground floor openings, install new entry infill, replace the stoop and windows, and install signage. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Dumbo Historic District. I recommend approval with slight modifications, finding that the 1/1 double-hung metal windows proposed for the front facade will maintain the current fenestration and are in keeping with the variety of window types found on late 19th century buildings in the historic district. That the profiles of the proposed brick mold will provide depth and articulation not currently found in the existing windows. that the removal of the existing non-historic infill and ramp will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the alterations to select ground floor openings for new enlarged entrances and a new window introduce a consistent lintel height and will harmonize with the overall fenestration pattern of the facade and will provide barrier-free access in the least intrusive way possible. That the metal steps with bullet light landing and treads, terraced edging, cable railings, and new black finished aluminum entrance infill will recall the utilitarian character of the historic district in a modern way and will not detract from any significant architectural features. And that the brick at the base of the building is in a deteriorated condition, and that painting the brick in a dark finish will create a consistent base in conjunction with the new steps, and that the star reinforcements of the masonry facade be painted to match the overall facade color.
Great. Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, Mark, would you call the roll?
Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Lutfi.
I was muted. Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you. With that, your vice chair will recuse from the next item and leave the meeting.
Leave the meeting in the hands of Commissioner Gustafson.
All right, great. So we'll move to item number 3, LPC 22-02315, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 49, lots 25, 23, and 22, 182 to 186 Spring Street in the Sullivan Thompson Historic District. A commercial building designed by Lewis A. Shiner and built in 1921. The application is to demolish the existing building and construct a new building.
Okay, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing and the applicants now have control of the presentation. Just make sure you click on your screen and then you can advance the slides with your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm a partner at Kramer Levin and we're land use counsel to the owner. Our team today includes the architects, Annabelle Seldorf, Sarah Lepergolo, John Spencer and Jason Sudak from Seldorf Architects, the developer, Scott Snay, and our engineer from Ancora, Javid Narian. Scott and Javid are not going to be presenting, but they're available to answer questions. So, can we go to the first slide?
Jason hasn't been able to
still waiting for
access
Jason.
it.
I'm on.
Okay, good.
But my arrow keys aren't working.
So we've given access to Sarah. Sarah was the one so you can just click on your screen and then advance the slides with your arrow keys.
Is it possible to give access to Jason?
Yeah, I thought we emailed Dina to have Jason be the presenter.
Okay.
I'm not seeing where I'm supposed to go on. Sorry.
Applicant team, why don't you tell us who you'd like to control the slides and we'll move it over.
Jason would be planning on doing that.
All right, just a moment.
Okay, Jason, you should be able to click on your screen now and advance it. Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect, great. So the site 182 Spring Street is located at the southwest corner of Spring and Thompson Streets in the Sullivan Thompson Historic District. The zoning lot for the project consists of lots 25, 22, and 23 on block 489. SK Development acquired 182 Spring in 2020 after two previous owners abandoned the site, leaving it in a state of extreme disrepair. And SK now serves as the development partner for this project. The application to the commission is to permit the demolition of the existing two-story commercial building on lot 25, which you see here covered in scaffolding. This, I think, was the designation the photos shortly after designation. And that will, and to approve the construction of a new 9-unit condominium with ground floor retail and community facility space. 182 Spring Street has been substantially altered and is in very poor condition. It was built in 1921 and replaced two 19th century row houses. Lot 23, which is immediately adjacent, was also originally the site of a row house, but it was vacant at the time of designation. The new building will be built on lot 25 and 23, and there is an existing row house on lot 22 that is under contract and will remain as a separate single family home. So the maps that you see on the left, you see an early 1916 map that shows the original townhouses, the two that were on lot 23 and the one that was demolished. The two on lot 24 and 25, and then the one that was demolished on lot 23. On the 1923 map to your right, you see the two-story building, 182 Spring Street, that was constructed in 1921. One of the things I think you should notice on these maps is that the lots for the row houses were pretty irregularly shaped. They included rear buildings, and that there were numerous tenement buildings on the block by the turn of the century. This next photo shows the original row houses on Spring Street. And then the next photo shows the 1940 and the 1985 tax photos of 182 Spring Street. Today, this building is empty. It's been empty for many years. It's covered with scaffolding to protect the public from conditions resulting from longstanding neglect by prior owners. This slide shows that lot 23 was also the site of a row house that was demolished in 2012. The townhouse to the right is 188 Spring Street. This townhouse is part of the zoning lot, but it's under contract and no work is being proposed for this building under this application. So the current conditions of 182 Spring Street are poor, they're unsafe, and we will show that in more detail in the next section of the presentation. The next few slides show the general neighborhood context. We have views of Spring Street, Thompson Street, and views looking west on Spring Street as well. An important distinguishing characteristic of this historic district is that it's dominated by residential buildings with ground floor retail. So the proposed new building is as of right with respect to zoning. It will not require any special permits or other approvals. But obviously, before the commission can consider the new building, they have to also consider the demolition of the existing building. We believe that it is appropriate to demolish this building due to a number of factors. First, there are extensive unsympathetic alterations that have occurred since its original construction that have compromised its integrity. Second, decades of neglect by prior owners have resulted in significant structural failures and unsafe conditions. Third, the building is unsuitable for modern retail and residential uses. And finally, the existing building does not contribute to the special historical character of the historic district because of its atypical building type and massing. The 182 Spring Street building is also unusual because was not given a designated style in the historic district report. At the time of designation, the building was covered in scaffolding. It appeared to be in the process of demolition. In fact, I think it probably was in the process of demolition. But as a result, the designation report did not address its significance. However, we saw in the 1980s tax photo that the building had been substantially altered by 1985 when the shed awning that you see where there's that strip of sort of concrete at the top of the building was removed and stuccoed, and the wood storefronts and windows were replaced. I also, just sort of looking through the records of the building, discovered that the building was the subject of a tax foreclosure action in 1989. It sort of indicates that it was already sort of economically in distress at that time. In addition to the unsympathetic and disfiguring alterations that you can sort of see in these photos, the original brick has deteriorated and been modified. The cornice is missing some material masonry, and the former party wall, which I think you'll see in the next slide, is structurally unsound. And the interiors of the building are unsafe and uninhabitable. So this sort of shows an excerpt from the structural stability report about the building. And the photos show that the roof in the second floor is partially collapsed. The interior stairway is gone. The cellars has flooded, and the building can't obviously enter it or inhabit it at this time. To address the immediate emergency conditions, the owner has partially demolished the lot line wall pursuant to DOB and LPC permits, and has installed bracing and sort of a temporary enclosure of the demolished portion of the wall to stabilize it. So in addition to its current state, we believe that the building is essentially really equivalent to a taxpayer building with a massing that's not characteristic of the historic district, which is predominantly composed of 5- and 6-story buildings. The designation report also stresses the district is predominantly composed of residential buildings with a smattering of institutional and commercial buildings. But 182 Spring Street, I've had commercial use on the ground floor and some residential above, but it's not a building that's characteristic of the district. The residential buildings in the district are described as row houses that were converted to tenements, as well as old and new tenements, as you see on the slide in front of you. There are a few institutional and commercial buildings in the district. You see St. Anthony of Padua on the left, and commercial loft buildings on Sullivan and Spring Street on the right. All of these buildings have a more monumental scale than 182 Spring Street. In addition, we see that corner locations in the district typically house larger 6-story buildings. And this corner is an exception to that pattern. So for all of these reasons, we believe that the building does not, the existing building does not contribute to the historic district and can be appropriately demolished. In contrast, we believe that the proposed building will enhance the district and be appropriate both in terms of scale, architectural details, material, and massing to the historic residential apartment buildings in the district. So we will now move on to the new building proposal, and I think Annabelle will start with an introduction and then transfer the presentation to Sarah.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. It's nice to be here and to be able to present to you. I will admit that I would have preferred to see you in person, but all the same, I appreciate your presence, and we're very happy to present this building to you because I think that what we have accomplished over the last almost year and a half is something that I believe reads as something that in scale and volume very much, and materiality really very much belongs into this neighborhood. We have not tried to make an old building or build an architecture that looks like it was always there, but sort of instead use the cues from the neighborhood to think about the proportions of fenestration, to think about material detail, and very prominently focus on the sort of pedestrian contribution that this building can provide. In short order, Sarah is going to continue the presentation to show you in further detail what our thinking is, but I hope very much that you'll agree that while this is undeniably a modern building, it also very much talks to its neighbors and belongs into this very neighborhood, which I have to say I care for very much, having lived there for a long time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Annabelle. Hello, everyone. If we go to the next slide, I'll just, as a point of orientation, I just would like to show you the ground floor plan. Spring Street is at the top of the building, top of the page, with Thompson at the right-hand side, and the entrance to the residential lobby is in the southern corner. As Valerie mentioned, this is a 9-unit residential building. Through the residential lobby, you do go into a community facility at the rear of the building. Next slide. So we will talk about materiality in a moment, but I first wanted to show you the massing of the building, which you see from this view looking south in the context of the neighborhood. The as-of-right building meets the street wall criteria of 65 feet, is 6 stories with a 1-story setback and an area on top for the enclosed mechanical equipment. This massing, if proposed, is very typical of the residential buildings in the neighborhood, as well as typical of corner buildings in the district. Here is a bird's eye view from the west, which you would likely not see unless you were a bird, but we wanted to show you how the building steps down in the rear toward the south, allowing as much light into the court as possible. And also that we would like to point out a bay window that we have slightly projecting into the west side. And then just to further reiterate the massing, here is a roof plan that will indicate our setbacks specifically. So 15 feet from Spring Street, and then some 16 plus feet setback from Thompson Street, with one portion that meets the Thompson Street facade, which indicates the entrance of the residential lobby. And then also you can see the stepping down in the rear of going from 3 to 7 stories, progressing toward the north. And next. Here is a typical section cut when one takes through the site, showing the west face of our building. The sight lines are clearly visible from the north and the south sides of Spring Street. And next. Here you see a photo montage of both Thompson and Spring Streets, with our proposed building rendered in each view, up there on the right and then down in the lower. I think what is very evident from these montages is that you see the majority of the buildings are 6 stories tall, the prominence of the brick facades, and the scale and proportion of the storefronts and windows, which we looked very closely at. And next, in fact, we studied this very carefully and tried to think through, what these window proportions are, also how we might bring in a contemporary way the differing window sizes in our building that would allow for a breakdown of the facade without literally, the verticality of the facade. So we thought we could do this with the change in size of windows. And we're clearly expressing the corner window as a modern expression at the corner. And then next, also looked very carefully at all the brickwork in the neighborhood, which we are very fond of, and that materiality of these 19th century buildings, the deep colors that we found, and also the varying details around the window surrounds. Who doesn't love these little bay windowed storefronts, which we have tried to incorporate into our building, which we'll show you in a moment. And then also looking at the corner buildings, corner entrances that you see throughout the neighborhood, which are very, very charming. And we wanted to express that as well, which we'll indicate in a moment. So we are very committed to building as sustainable building as possible. We're building in a very efficient envelope. We're using the highest quality windows and efficient mechanical systems. What we're proposing for materiality is a smooth sanded brick in a stack pattern for the facade in a rich russet color with a mortar that will closely match the brick. We're proposing mahogany wood windows, which will be set back from the brick and framed with a cast terracotta block in a glazed chocolate finish. This terracotta will provide the sort of tactile detail that we're looking for and surrounding all the windows, but also bringing it down to the pedestrian level. We're framing each of the bay mahogany shop fronts in this way, and then a dark granite stone base at the bottom of the building, which will protect the brick and the terracotta as it meets the sidewalk. The light colored brick that you see there on the side is what we are proposing for our penthouse, our setback, to have it recede and be as buff and light as possible. And then we can go on to the next slide. So we looked at some precedent. I know this isn't in the district, but this is a building that we did for David Zwerner. And what we loved very much here was pairing the poured in place concrete against the very warm teak windows, and also really played with the solid and void that occurs with the punched window and the concrete. So we were taking inspiration from that punched window. Next. This is a building that we did in the West Village a number of years ago, and why we look to this again is just the very beautiful tautness of the brick, and also the way in which we use the terracotta coping to kind of finish the building, and again, inspire with that. And then I think it's pretty obvious that we like terracotta very much, and we think that the terracotta, this is on 10 Bond Street where it's primarily terracotta, but in our building here on Spring, the pairing of the glossy terracotta unit against the russet colored brick, we think will be a very very beautiful pairing, and give a luster, which is what is so nice with terracotta. We can choose any color, and we can really control the glaze and the variety that comes out of it. So that is where we're taking some inspiration. If we go to this corner, so here at the corner view, as Annabelle said, we are committed to very clearly making this a distinct contemporary building. We're taking inspiration from the neighborhood, referencing it, but not mimicking the old. We want to use the brick for scale and color and texture, and contrast that with the terracotta. From this view, you see our corner retail entrance that I had referred to. We framed it in mahogany to add a tactility and a softness at the pedestrian level. We're also proposing above the second floor to accentuate the corner of the building with open light corner windows. And then we'll just zoom into a couple of details. So as I mentioned, zooming in here at our corner window, I think here you can see the details a little bit better. Our bricks are our terracotta is about 2¼ inches wide, and it sits slightly proud of the brick surface. We have a terracotta apron that sits below the windowsill. That's about 5 inches in height. And here you see the corner window. Okay, and so a typical detail at our storefront. So we've raised, inspired by the bay windows that we've seen in the neighborhood, we've lifted up the storefront bay about 12 inches off the ground, and it slightly projects out. Our door is set in about 12 inches, our storefront entrance doors. And I think here also you see the stacked brick with a little bit more detail. And then our corner entrance. So the brick comes down and lands on the terracotta surround. The infill underneath the entrance, this corner entrance, would be filled in with mahogany. And again, the doors are mahogany as well. And there we go. And then at our lobby entrance, we're proposing just a very modern, thin mahogany set of doors and glass. We'd like to project out a steel blade that will hold the address of the building. And to the right is the service entrance as well. Will be mahogany. And then I'll just quickly walk you through some before and after photos and renderings that we've done around the neighborhood of the building so that you can understand this in its context. So here, I think we started with this photo to show you looking from the playground. You see at the very top of the building, we've added a deeper band of terracotta that sort of ends the brick. In the distance, our penthouse setback in the lighter colored brick that we discussed. And now looking east with our building here. And I think this is a very good view of showing sort of the scale of the building in context down the street, down Spring Street. And now looking north, which, at this point seems that our corner here seems like a missing tooth. So here we've filled this in. And again, sort of we are bringing the Thompson Street south end forward in plane with the rest of the facade while we're setting back further to the north as a way of signaling the end of the building and marking the entrance of our building. And now from looking west, and here, yes, at the corner. And again, I think this is a good photo montage to not only see the brick in context, but also the scale of the building amongst all of the neighboring buildings. And then finally, looking to the south. And I think that I don't know what more to say here than I have already said, but we are very proud of this and really think the rhythm and the scale is appropriate to the neighborhood and will be an added benefit to the neighborhood. And then, yeah, Annabelle, I don't know if you want to finish with anything.
Well, I was just thinking that the obvious point of discussion is going to be the corner, and we have had a great deal of conversation about how nice an experience it will be from the inside of the building to sort of have this open corner that looks across Spring Street and up on Thompson Street. Architecturally, I think this does something that perhaps isn't completely, that we cannot show a clear precedent for. However, in the context of the open corner on the street, I find that there is something very attractive about this added transparency And I feel that if it is articulated with enough detail, Sarah very, very eloquently talked about the chocolate terracotta. I will say it's not chocolate, it's just chocolate colored. But there is going to be rich surface, and the building has plenty of tactility that really grounds it in this neighborhood. And so to my mind, there is a kind of attraction to the corner that contributes rather than detracting, all the while understanding that it is not like every other corner building. But already Valerie showed in some of the examples that people have taken sort of liberty to sort of round the corner, to decorate it, to do all kinds of things. And so in the spirit of developing vocabulary and language, we felt that this was appropriate.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for Valerie, Sarah, and Annabelle for a very clear and efficient presentation. We're going to turn to commissioners' questions, and we'll start with Commissioner Goldblum. You have your hand raised.
Hey, thanks. A couple of questions. First of all, I just want to make sure that the brick on the building is all of one color, right?
Yes.
Not changing?
No, same color.
Okay, good. Can you tell us a little bit about penthouses or additions in the district? Are there many of them? What do they look like? Did I miss that? Was that part of the
no,
presentation?
actually, I think that there must be a different presentation, and because we added a slide, but I think if we go back to the photo montage page, Jason, it's located in there. There's at the end of Thompson toward the south is a penthouse. Yeah, well, here's one. Can you point to that, Jason, to the west? Yeah, right there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, do you see that? So that's a penthouse addition. And then on Thompson toward the south.
It might take, yeah.
It's the flat photo montages.
The streetscapes, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that would be helpful. If you just take a quick look at that.
Just taking a minute to go back.
Mm-hmm. And I have one more question after that.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to click.
Yeah, right here. Oh, you got it.
This one doesn't really show it, Sarah.
Oh, okay. All right.
And it shows your additions, but not too many other ones.
Well,
This building does have a visible penthouse.
Which one is that?
55 Thompson, right?
55 Thompson, that's right.
Right, which is a more modern. What's the age of that building?
I think that's 90s. Yeah, I'm
90s.
not
Okay.
sure. Yeah, and that setback of that penthouse, I don't know if we have the floor if we could find that photo, Jason. But that setback is a much closer setback than what we are proposing. We're setting back.
Doesn't matter. This is effective. Last question. The piers at the base appear to narrow from their dimension up above in the main portion of the building, yet the brick continues down. Tell us a little bit about how you got to that decision and why you think that's the right decision. I guess underlying the question is a concern that maybe either the base kind of lacks. Clearly, it's intended that it lacks articulation as a base in a more traditional sense of a change of material, but just visually and in terms of the district, it may kind of lack a kind of weight and presence that either continuing the brick straight down or changing the material might give it. So help me understand why you made the decision you made about keeping the material yet narrowing the dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you look at your building You look at your Spring Street building, the base is basically a continuous strip of wood. You change the material.
Can we go to the elevation, please, Jason? Here, stop right here. I think this is an interesting question, Michael, and truthfully, we have gone back and forth about that. The width of the pier that comes down is actually reflects the column that comes down, and it felt like we were squeezing the storefront too much when we made it narrower. I can see your point, and we've sort of deliberated back and forth between saying, should the entire ground floor actually have a terracotta detail and forego the brick coming down, and instead articulating almost a kind of cornice that goes across the ground floor.
What does the district tell you? How are the storefronts? I mean, you're modeling yourself more or less on the tenement model. Do you find any of them at all where if you kind of just scan the district where that?
They're all a little bit different, and no clear narrative emerges from there. I'll say something as subjective as when we tried it out in the drawing, it felt like it wasn't communicating the tactility of the brick on the street, which we liked. And the fact that we have, I think, something close to 2 feet for the brick pier coming down. I always sit at my desk with my measuring tape. That felt like it was something worth to respond to. And in fact, we modified the ground floor terracotta lining to be stronger, to be more visible, to be more tactile than what we had originally had for when originally we had the same detail going from the ground floor all the way up through the building. We felt that the meeting of the 3 materials, brick, terracotta, wood, and actually 4 materials, including the granite base, was something that is akin to what you see in this neighborhood, but also in other neighborhoods like Little Italy or something.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Michael? Okay. I don't see any other commissioners with their hands raised. Are there any other questions before we go to public testimony? Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes, I have 2 questions, and one of them is just a point of information. The windows on the body of the building, there are 2 types of windows, correct? They're all the same proportion, but the lengths vary. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go to page 41, where you have the elevation, the block elevation, there is actually the colored block elevation that we have, the whole block elevation during the corners.
Oh, the montage?
The montage, yes. Oh, yes, the upper one. It's interesting because your building terminates the block, it completes it. And you have this corner that's really quite powerful. And I agree with you that from inside, it would be very beautiful looking down the street. I agree. But the question for me is the penthouse. Since the corner is the dominant piece, shouldn't the penthouse be at the corner too? And how do you decide not to do that and keep the penthouse where it is, which in a way, it's kind of arbitrary in a way, but I'm just curious about the location of the penthouse in relationship to the corner and to the openings, the large openings at the corner.
Yeah, I think to answer that question, per zoning, we have to set back, and we're only allowed a certain, a width of penthouse that could come closer than the setback. So we're not really able to bring it to the corner.
So so the setback is based on the setback from the street.
Yeah, this is the maximum street wall we can have before, and then we have to set back.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, in that case, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Fabre to lead us through the public testimony.
Thank you. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. We'll start with anyone who's signed up as always, and then I'll move on to anyone who still has their hand raised. So we do have some signups for this item. The first person that I'll bring in is Anna Markham. It's old enough, I assume. So Anna, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Hello, am I coming through?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you as well.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Hello, good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Markham, and I am the Director of Research and Preservation at Village Preservation. I'm speaking on behalf of the organization today. Village Preservation, of course, laments the loss of the current building at 182-186 Spring Street due to neglect, and has numerous reservations about the proposed design. The scale of the project really is its biggest flaw. The building is far too large and monotonous in comparison to the rest of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District and neighboring federal row houses on Spring Street. The district is all about brickwork and simple detail at the human scale. The large corner windows and flat monotonous expanse of the front elevation overwhelms the pedestrian streetscape. Without lintels, cornice, or divided lights, the facade is featureless. The proposed materials and single pane inoperable windows add to this feeling. Overall, the building would be vastly improved if it were reduced at least somewhat in scale. As proposed, it picks up none of the vertical rhythm of the neighboring buildings. A different version of this grid-like facade might make sense in a Soho or NoHo. We're actually big fans of the Bond Street building in NoHo. As an updated take on a cast iron loft building. But this is an entirely different context. And the proposed design looks bland and lifeless, as though it belongs in an office park. The size of the windows and cutaway storefront corner may ostensibly reference other buildings in the area, but the execution of these features in the design causes them to look completely disconnected from its neighbors. It needn't mimic the existing architecture, but it should relate to it just a little bit better. It should also be noted that despite receiving thorough design notes and a recommendation for denial without making these changes from Community Board 2, the design remains virtually unchanged from when it was presented to Community Board 2 in September. It is a rare opportunity to design and build an entirely new structure in the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. And the site deserves something just a bit more thoughtful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I will bring in John Graham from the Victorian Society. John, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Commissioners. The Victorian Society would have supported a proposal to restore 182-184 Spring Street to its appearance as built in 1921. Although late for the district, the building's style, materials, and details, including the lovely tapestry brick, bracketed pent roofs, and interesting parapet, fit comfortably into the district and added to its character. However, the alterations to the building, and its advanced state of decay lead us to be more accepting of its demolition, were a satisfactory replacement building being proposed. But satisfactory the proposed new building is not. A more banal, boring, and cheap-looking design for a major new building on a prominent corner site in a historic district can hardly be imagined. It pulls out of the dustbin of design of 4 or 5 decades ago stacked bond brick, single light windows, a trend we thought had long since been defeated, but is rising again like a plague, lack of projecting architectural features or any hierarchy of scale, storefronts with no definition or separation from the floors above, which lack any sense of pleasing proportions or any provision for signs, corner retail and residential entrances that practically disappear rather than welcome. Indeed, the only mildly interesting feature of the building is the oriel window, which faces the rear. This proposal requires more than tweaking. It should be denied and a new start made. In the meantime, and until a satisfactory new design is proposed, we oppose an approval to demolish the existing building. Finally, I'll finish with a subjective thought. The first proposal you saw today, the public meeting item at 15 Greenwich Avenue, had details which were just more interesting. We would ask you to reflect on that. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. We do have one other sign up for this item, and that is Jenny Wirtschafter. I will bring her in. Lisa, are you able to bring them in? It's Zoom is not allowing me to, so I'm having some issues.
Okay. So if you would like to testify, could you raise your hand so we know that you would like to speak?
Yeah,
oh,
that's
okay.
her. Yeah, that's her up
Jenny?
there. Yeah, that's her. Not sure
Jenny,
why
I'm
it's.
promoting you to panelist. Jenny, I think we're having some technical issues, so I'm just gonna allow you to talk. Jenny, can you hear me?
We'll go ahead and ask you to unmute. You just have to accept. It shows that you're not muted anymore, so you should be able to just speak. That's strange.
Jenny, I think there might be an audio issue or something on. I think it might be on your end. If you'd like, you could call us.
Oh, I think it just moved her. I think it just moved her. So she should be able to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. So you just you have 3 minutes to testify.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this proposal. I would like to add a different narrative than the one presented in the documents for this proposal. My name is Jenny. I was born in the South Village, living on Thompson near Spring. From the perspective of almost 60 years there, I can say that the corner building 182 Spring and the adjoining townhouses have stayed roughly the same architecturally for my entire life and have always felt as if they had been there for many, many decades before that. They were well maintained and occupied by friends and neighbors throughout that time. The low height of the original buildings provide a feeling of openness and greenery for the children of Vesuvio playground from the streets, as well as from the rear of the buildings on Thompson, Spring, and Sullivan, via the open donut area that is currently open to the sky, allowing light and air into the surrounding buildings where many of the apartments only face the rear. The existing buildings reflect the authentic architecture of the neighborhood, a combination of tenements from different periods coupled with the earlier townhouse style buildings and low setback trucking docks, garages, and even as the stores have changed and cosmetic upgrades have happened, the neighborhood feels cohesive and authentic. The architecture reflects a working class neighborhood of walk-up tenements and small storefronts. If this is not to be preserved, it was a waste to have made the historic designation at all, since developers will come in and remake a new fake version of the neighborhood instead of actually preserving the authentic. The main problem with this project is replacing two small, low buildings with a massive replacement. I couldn't find anywhere that listed the interior square footing of the existing buildings as compared to the replacement square footage. So I would appreciate for this information to be provided to the committee before the vote, as it will demonstrate how massive it is to what is there. Regardless of if there are wood surrounds on the windows or a facade similar in color to the other buildings as was discussed in the previous meeting, this proposal is inherently of a mass too tall, wide, and style that by spanning multiple lots disrupts the organic variation between buildings. Coupled with no fire escapes, modern retail storefronts, and entrances, lack of traditional window and roof accents negatively and dramatically alters the streetscape from the park and street views from multiple angles. I would also like to discuss how the current state of the lots came to be. It was developers who, without proper authorization and despite DOB stop work orders, violations, and many neighbors' complaints that the townhouse next to 182 was illegally demolished to better facilitate the goal to combine these lots to get approval for a larger development than would have been allowed on the 182 corner building or townhouse alone.
Jenny,
Similarly,
just wanted to say you've gone over your time, so if you could summarize the rest of your testimony.
yes, I would just like to say thank you, and I would like this application to be denied or go back to the drawing board and should only be considered as separate proposals for replacing 182 and 184 Spring with buildings similar in the style and size to the original buildings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I do not see any other signups for this item, and I do not see any hands raised either.
Okay, thank you everyone for your testimony. Lisa, what do we have from Manhattan Community Board 2?
Yes, so we did receive additional testimony that was shared with commissioners. And as you know, we heard from Community Board 2. They sent a resolution recommending approval of the demolition of the existing building, but denial of the proposed building, noting that the design lacks historical reference, among other issues. And they asked that the applicant reconsider details of the design. We also received 72 emails in opposition to the design of the proposed building.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisa. I will turn back now to the applicants. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony or to the community board comments? Floor is yours.
Hi, I just wanted to say that we did take into account comments from community board. We added the stone, the terracotta apron below the window. We added a deeper cornice at the top of the building. So we certainly responded to them. And in fact, when we left community board meeting, they approved the design with conditions. They didn't deny it. That came after the fact. So maybe Valerie, you want to reiterate that point?
Yes, well, the committee meeting had, it was an approval with conditions, and then at the full board meeting, it was presented as a conditional denial. But in any event, I think the community board had no objection to the demolition. And with respect to the prior speaker's comments about the demolition, the new building is would replace 182 Spring. And then there was a vacant lot. That vacant lot was 186 Spring, which when that building was demolished in 2012 prior to the designation of the district. And both the current conditions on 182 Spring and the demolition, they were done by predecessors entitled, both of whom encountered financial difficulties. So, we are really trying to put a better building in place of the existing building. This building is as of right in accordance with the zoning and complies in all respects with the applicable zoning.
Okay, any other comments in response? Okay. Do the commissioners have any other questions for the applicant? I don't see any hands raised. Okay. Can we get a motion to close the hearing? Commissioner Devonshire? Commissioner Devonshire?
Moved.
And can we get a second? Commissioner Goldblum?
Second.
All in favor of closing the hearing? Say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Before we start our discussion, just want to highlight the fact that there are two major issues, overarching issues to be discussed here. One is the demolition, and separate and apart from that is the new building. Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you be willing to kick this off?
Yes, thank you. Given the engineering assessment of the existing building, I think it's clear, nearly clear. I mean, I think everything can be saved, but it's compelling enough a case to say that it's beyond a certain level of repair. And so I could approve and find appropriate the demolition of the existing building. I also think that the size and the scale of the proposed new building is appropriate, and both for sort of the context of the building, but also the kind of the material scale of it is appropriate as well. I have to say though that with the exception of the chocolate, I'm going to stick to the fact that they're chocolate rather than chocolate colored chocolate. Window frames, which are really interesting in this kind of and follow in the work of the firm before, but also in this kind of Losian, very thin frame, which I think is beautiful and an interesting interpretation of other lintels and frame and kind of surrounds in the neighborhood. I have to say that I don't understand the building and other decisions that were made. It's hard for me to really come to any clear understanding of the organization of the windows. I don't have an opinion one way or the other at this point about the corner glass wrap. The entry, the diagonal entry seems strangely sort of, it's the entry to what, the relationship to the storefront or the actual residential piece of the building feels unclear to me. So I'd love to hear from others, but I'm struggling a little bit with the overall design, even though I think something on this corner at this size and scale is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yes, thank you. I feel somewhat the same way that Ani feels about the building. I think actually it's quite a beautiful building. I'm just not sure that it's appropriate in this location. I want to step back and say that I do think that the demolition of the existing building is appropriate, and that's something of this scale is appropriate at this location. But a couple of sort of fundamental items, I think, for me is the penthouse that abuts the facade on Thompson Street. I find there's no precedent for that. It overwhelms the facade, and I think that should be set back. and should be the same buff brick as the rest of the penthouse. And that would help anchor the building as a corner building. I believe it would help unify the design. I'm concerned about the large scale of the corner windows, which undoubtedly would be fantastic to look out from, but I don't think that they're appropriate in this context. And I think the detailing, while it's very beautiful and very elegant, is a bit subtle for this district, which has fairly gregarious details. Not that this building needs to copy anything like that, but I believe that it's a little bit too subtle in comparison to its neighbors. And I think I really appreciate the concept behind the storefront, and I think that that's something like what they're looking for can be achieved. But I think that the hybrid of the brick and the glass with the storefront is sort of a mixture that maybe doesn't gel quite well as with the beautiful gallery building in Chelsea. I think the corner entrance could be really interesting because there is precedent for that here. Again, I think it goes back to the details. So I would be curious to hear other commissioners' comments, but those are some of mine for now.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Chapin?
Thank you. In general, I also can approve the demolition. The current building is not part of the type of buildings for which the district was designated. The structural failures, the unsympathetic alterations, all lead me to feel that this is appropriate for demolition in this case. I also can approve the size and scale of the new building. I see that 5 or 6 stories is typical of the district, and corner buildings generally are larger. However, I find that the penthouse seems not to somewhat loom and is neither really fully integrated part of the design, nor sufficiently recessive and more typical of rooftop accretions. While there are a number of features that I think contribute and can be appropriate in the main building and the base, I feel that the building still does presents somewhat more as almost as a commercial building than as some of the typical of larger residential buildings in this district. If it were another district, I think I might. It's an attractive building in many respects, but I think for this districts where you see larger residential buildings, you see much more decorative detail. And while this is a modern building and we wouldn't look for the same level of decorative detail, I think there needs to be more in probably both the fenestration and the perhaps to some degree with the storefront. I think the materials are good. I think that I'm okay with the narrowing of the width of the pier, which Commissioner Goldblum spoke about earlier. I do think that the corner window, that the pier really needs to run up to the top. I find that particular element especially disruptive from my perspective. So I think that would be an important change. I think overall, just to bring this more into dialogue or appropriateness in the district with larger buildings and to appear more residential, that there needs to be more some type of more detail. I think particularly with around or with the fenestration. I do think that the difference in size is helpful in the fenestration, and the insets to create some kind of depth for both the windows and the storefronts is helpful. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank them for a very interesting presentation, and it's always interesting and fun to see what the office comes up with, and it's always really good architecture that's worth talking about. I also want to note, just off the top, that it's very interesting for me that this appears to be a CLT wood structure. Not that that's relevant for us, but I think it's a very good thing, an interesting thing. And I know that the building code just changed, and I think it's great that we're going to be doing these, and there should be more of them. I think it's okay to demolish the existing building. It's anomalous. It's late. It's not of the style for which the district is designated, and it's in dangerous condition. I think the scale of the new building is generally appropriate. I think it clearly seeks to recall and draw on the tenement form and scale, and as such, I think it's generally appropriate. But I agree with Anne that the dormer on Thompson is inappropriate. If you look at the townhouses on the streetscape views, they all have very hard, flat tops. They're very uniform. They have a heavy cornice, and there's very little that violates that cornice. So I think that the dormer should be set back. And I also think that the visible glazed projection in the bay window that we can see in this view should also be set back, so that even if the rooftop addition is visible, it's less prominent. I think that it's been an interesting conversation from the commissioners about the appropriateness of the aesthetic of the building. And it reminds me, it makes me think about work that was quite in vogue when I was in school. Aldo Rossi, Grassi, there's a Caesar building in Berlin that has a similar kind of a corner lot with punched windows that's meant to recall historic buildings without echoing them. And it's a really hard balance. It's a hard thing to do. The building signals its modernism through its starkness and through its kind of strangeness, the variation in the window sizes that seems kind of random. But then it pulls the punch. It's got the terracotta decoration, that the very, very thin terracotta decoration, the thin cornice. And I think that unlike the Zwerner building, where it's really just really stark and very clear and very clean and very sharp, I think here the terracotta decor being so skinny and light, it feels tentative to me. It doesn't feel, it feels like you were required to put it on because there was some regulation that said you have to have window decorations. And it risks feeling like it's the kind of thing that a generic developer would buy out of the catalog. It doesn't have a scale that seems integrated into what seems to want to be a much more stark, sharp, edgy building. And so I don't think, even though I like the material and I like chocolate as much as the next guy, I just don't think that here it feels integral to the building, and nor does it do what I think you want it to do, which is to make the connection with the heavily decorated tenements that you're trying to simulate. So I'd say either, like Diana said, do more of it or do less of it. Make it either harder or make it more rich. But somehow it's just, I think that it doesn't feel right to me. And I'd say the same thing about the base. And the base makes me think of those loft buildings on Hudson Street. I forget the name of them, with one with the big rounded corner. I forget the name. But, there, when you bring the brick down, it crashes down on the sidewalk with weight and with heft. Here, by keeping the material, but making it skinny, it's both different from the neighborhood. The neighborhood's bases, if I'm not mistaken, are almost never the brick coming down. So you're trying to make it different from the neighborhood, but yet it seems to lack power and conviction. And I think that either would make it a different material, whether it's terracotta or something else, or leave it to have the weight of the brick come down to the street.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire, Commissioner Goldblum said that he loves chocolate as much as the next guy. You're the next guy.
Well, everyone seems to be relating back to the 10 Bond Street building, which unfortunately for me, in retrospect, I think I was hesitant about the glazed terracotta at that time. And now every time I walk past that building, I cringe, because I too love glazed chocolate donuts as much as the next guy, but not in architecture. And so the glazed terracotta window surrounds on this building are a problem for me. They're going to be like the other one, these shiny visages along this facade that I think are going to be very jarring. In any case, there have been a lot of comments about the building. Again, I can agree with the demolition of the existing building. I think the scale of this building is fine. I have a large problem. There was a statement made at some point about the missing tooth. And to me, having those corner windows on this building are missing teeth. I want a corner building to establish a corner, which this fails to do. I'm okay with a rooftop addition, but I believe, like my colleagues, that it should be pulled back. I don't have a lot to add other than that. I think many of the comments have been made already. I think this is one that we're going to need to see again.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Chen.
He had to step out.
He had to step out. Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Lutfi.
So I also want to thank the applicant for their presentation and also for their thoughtfulness in the way that they have approached this project, and really so many of the projects that come out of your shop, which are always interesting. I'm going to echo a few of the things that my colleagues have said. I'm going to start by saying I'm absolutely fine with the demolition. It's clear that this building is unsound and is not contributing, and it's not a factor for me. I do want to talk about this particular district, which is very tiny. It's, for me, part of Soho, even though it's on the edge of it. But when you walk through these streets, particularly, Sullivan and Thompson, they have a very, very intimate scale to them. And you're communicating with these buildings very much so at the base. And the base of these buildings, which tend to be, some are tenement and some are, commercial, restaurants, retail, etc. Each one has a very special character, and you really feel like you're in the sub-district of a district, and it's like a place I could wander around those blocks like endlessly. This building, although I feel that the overall scale is very, very appropriate for this neighborhood, I feel that the building itself doesn't quite work here. And I almost feel as though when I look at it, I feel like if it was, it's not that far away from 6th Avenue. And if it was on 6th Avenue, it would work very well. And if it was on West Broadway, it might work a little better as well. But although not at the corner, I don't think that would work. So I feel like it needs a little bit of restudying here. because that takes more into account, as many of my fellow commissioners have been saying, takes into account this neighborhood. I'm especially having a difficult time with the corner where the glazing overlaps, because it almost feels like it takes away, it's beautiful for the people who are on the inside, but it's almost like too revealing for the people who are walking down the street, with the ability to look in, and also the, it just doesn't quite fit. And likewise, as I said, and I talked about how the neighborhood feels at the base. I feel that the retail here is almost not articulated enough. It needs a little more separation from what's above it, and there needs to be maybe a little less glass, maybe a little more brick. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the scale is a little off. And I do feel there needs to be a little more definition and articulation throughout. I don't have a problem with the materials in general that the applicant presented. I don't, like Michael Devonshire, I'm not feeling like the terracotta should be shiny in this neighborhood. Maybe matte would be better. And finally, I do feel that the penthouse needs to be less visible. So setting back may be helpful, and I think a color change would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Commissioner Jefferson.
I agree with a lot of the issues the commissioners brought up, but I have a different slant on this. I look at this building as a corner building, a termination of a block. And all buildings do not have to be, this is a simple building, a simple mass, simple facade with limited articulation. And that could be fine, especially at the corner side. And the surprise of the corner window, that at first I thought, gee, impossible, corner windows that big. And then I thought that there's something about it. There are 4 of them, maybe 2 of them, 3 of them. There's a game played here with the facade that's interesting to me in terms of the corner building different from the center buildings. It doesn't have to have the same articulation. It doesn't have to have the same texture. I think the base, I think the thinness coming down is a little too thin. It doesn't have enough weight. And I think the whole ambiance atmosphere at the street level is not there in relationship to the community. I agree with that. I agree with the penthouse should be pushed back, just because it does, the alignment with the existing fabric would be much better if that was done. But I think there's a certain elegance to this thing, a certain rationale and thinking about it that I like. But I probably outside guy.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson, from your comments, I assume demolition is okay with you.
Demolition is okay, yes.
Okay. I don't really have much to add to the comments of my fellow commissioners. I think that generally speaking, I think what you've heard is that the proposal needs some restudying. I think everyone was okay with demolition. And I think that everyone seemed to be okay as well with the size and scale of the project. I know there were comments on all sorts of aspects of the remainder of the project, including the weight of the base, the location of the penthouse, the amount of detail, dialogue with the district. There were quite a number of different comments. I think probably best to review what you've seen and heard here, and to talk to our staff about direction. And when you're Through that, we look forward to having you back, but we'll take no action on this item today. So thank you very much again for that, for your presentation, and we look forward to seeing you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 4. This is LPC 20-02642, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1387, Lot 49, 38 East 73rd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a neo-Grec Queen Anne style house designed by Charles Buick and Company and built in 1886 to 87. And the application is to legalize the construction of a rear yard addition without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I believe the staff will be running through the slides for this one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation staff. As Corey mentioned, this proposal is to legalize the construction of a rear yard addition performed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits at 38 East 73rd Street, located here on the south side of East 73rd Street between Madison and Park Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. So the rear yard addition is not visible from any public thoroughfares. This first slide is a photo key, and we're really going to focus on H, I, and J here. I will show you A, B, C, D, E, and F, but what you're going to see is the front facade here. And then along here, there's just context and no visibility. So like I said, the next few slides, this is the front of the building. And then as we wrap around to Park Avenue here, you can see more context. There's a break in the street wall here, but the addition is not visible from here either. So here we are on top of the building, and we're looking down into the rear yard so that you can see the context from H, I, and J. This next slide is the block plan. And as you can see, the property is here. And the one-story portion of the addition does extend to the rear lot line. And then there's a greenhouse extension that was installed here adjacent to the rear L. So these next few slides are in Axon, you can see what existed prior to the construction of the addition. It was a historic L here, 3 stories. And what was constructed was here's that 1-story basement addition out to the lot line. And then the greenhouse that was installed adjacent to the L here. So the next slides show more photos of the existing. We're seeing the top of the greenhouse here, and then the rest of the building that was not touched above the greenhouse here. And here's the historic L looking above there as well. Lastly, I'll show you some sections and elevations showing that the addition is indeed stucco. And now the applicant is here to give a brief statement and answer any questions. So David, you will need to state your name for the record, and I'm going to allow you to talk. David, can you hear us? David, can you?
David, you can try clicking *6 to unmute on your phone if you're having trouble with that. So I see that you're in the meeting as a dial-in participant. If you could just click on *6.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I got involved with this project after the owner had built the extension and then got a violation for it. So We filed with the building department, and we don't have any zoning objections. And of course, the only objection is he built the extension without a permit. So since it's something that I believe would be normally approved by landmarks, we're going through a legalization process. There's no donut green space here, and the other buildings are built out to the property line in the back, and this the back of this building touches the another one-story addition that's next door.
This is Fred rejoining. I've raised my hand because I had a question for David, I guess.
Okay.
When was this built?
I'm not sure. I got involved with it after he got his violation, but it might have been built maybe 7 or 8 years ago, maybe earlier.
Okay, well, it just amazes me that in such a prominent location, in such an old historic district, that anybody would take to build anything, let alone without a building permit, but without an LPC permit as well. I'll just let that comment go, but I just wanted to know if this was recent or long ago.
Well, no, I don't think it's that long ago. I don't think it's older than 10 years.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Thank you. Are there, let's see, are there questions that the commissioners will have other than the one I've just asked?
Commissioner Chapin has her hand raised.
Thank you. I don't see the hands for some reason. Diana?
Yeah, I had a similar question, but so the question is, does the architect, did the owners say anything about why he ended up building it in violation if it was him and not the previous owner? Do you have any information?
I believe it was the present owner who built it. That was a commercial space at the time, and he needed more office space, and he thought he had the right to go ahead and build it in the backyard. He was under the impression that he could do it.
And even without a DOB, a building department permit.
Yeah, he's not sophisticated in such matters, and he thought that he could just build it.
Just build it out, like you live in the country. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions that commissioners might have before we go to any testimony that we might have, which I guess we'll go to now, asking Anthony to take over.
Thank you. We do have a sign up for this item. Well, I do want to remind anyone who would like to testify to raise their virtual hand, whether you've signed up or not. And I will first call on those who have signed up, and then I will move on to call those who still have their hand raised. So I do see hand raised, and that's Lara Varial, and she had also signed up. Promote her. And Lara, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Hi, Laura Variali, representing Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Friends Preservation Committee acknowledges the fact that if this addition had come before the commission before its construction, it could have been considered appropriate, given its non-visibility and the absence of a rear yard requirement for this lot. Nevertheless, we do maintain great concern over illegal alterations, however appropriate the changes may be, and we do not condone any work done to landmark buildings without a permit. In addition to the construction without a landmarks permit, there are many aspects of this proposal that are concerning to Friends. The current LPC violation was issued in 2005, alongside an ECB hazardous violation that has resulted in a stop work order. The ECB violation and stop work order are still in effect to this day, without any compliance recorded. Furthermore, Community Board 8 last saw this proposal in April 2020
nearly 18 months ago, and we're puzzled why the community has not been allowed to review the application recently. Friends Preservation Committee is usually sympathetic with owners who have inherited violations and illegal alterations done by previous owners. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case in this situation, as public records show that the current owner purchased the building in 1983, shortly after the designation of the historic district. This leads us to believe them to be responsible for all the illegal work done in this property and ask that the commission to not reward them by approving this legalization. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any more signups for this item, and I do not see any other hands raised. I will ask one more time, if you want to testify on this item, please raise your hand, your virtual hand.
Anthony, do we have any communication from the community board?
I will hand that over to Lisa. She should have a summary of the board's resolution.
Yes, thank you. We did receive a resolution from Community Board 8, and they noted that the presentation by the applicant was incomplete, and they didn't have sufficient materials to review the application and therefore recommended denial.
Okay. David, would you like to respond to the testimony?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I presented pretty much all the information that I had here, except for the axonometrics, to the community board, and I was told by the community board that they don't condone illegal construction, and that's the reason they're denying it.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. No. Thank you. With that, unless there are other questions that the commissioners might have before we close the hearing, so raise your hand, and somebody else can see them since I can't.
Commissioner Devonshire has his hand raised.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Unless I missed something here, I haven't seen any information about materials or anything else other than the little greenhouse. Is there more information for us?
Yes, it's stucco. Stucco finished.
What color? How is it?
Gray stucco.
Oh. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Other questions? If not, I'll ask Commissioner Shamir Barron to make a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
And Commissioner Holford Smith to second that.
Did you hear me? So moved.
Sorry.
Yes, we heard you. And did I hear
Commissioner,
sorry.
From
Commissioner Holford Smith had to leave the hearing.
Oh, she left already. All right. So Commissioner Gustafson, would you second it?
Second.
Okay, good. So the hearing is now closed, and I guess I'll go around the remaining commissioners. I believe we still have a quorum to ascertain your thoughts. And Commissioner Gustafson, why don't you start?
Well, there's nothing, more frustrating than a situation like this for us. As has been mentioned, we often see, I think, Commissioner Bland, you mentioned, we often see new owners show up and have to live with something somebody else did in violation, or we have a new district, et cetera, et cetera. This is just, it's just shocking. It's just an owner who, as far as we can tell, deliberately violated the law. And he deliberately and intentionally said, I'm going to flout this. There is no methodology for us to, much as the Friends of the Upper East Side and others, request that we deny based solely on the intentional illegality. There really is no methodology for us. Our only standard is whether we would have approved this in the first instance. And my feeling on that is that I can't really tell what's going on here. You know, I have great difficulty seeing the structural part of this. I mean, it is, and I'm not willing to. I can't find it appropriate because I'm not sure I entirely understand what it is.
Okay, thank you. Moving around, Commissioner Goldblum.
You know, using the same standards that John was referring to, despite the egregious behavior of the current donor and one's desire to not reward it, I think this is something we probably would have approved. And therefore, I think I can find it appropriate.
Approve it, okay. Commissioner Devonshire?
Well, I don't know what I would be finding appropriate. It's insulting to this commission that the owner would do this in the first place. And I'm equally insulted that we would be shown some isometric drawings and 2 photographs of a piece of curvature on a greenhouse and be expected to approve or disapprove this. So if I had more information, I would know what I was looking at here, but I don't. And so I vote to deny it.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Chen is away, is that right? I think
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner Chapin now.
Yeah, this is very troubling, although the one good thing about it, I'll say, is that the upper part of the L and the most of the existing building was not touched when this was done. I was just checking buildings information system out of curiosity, and there are actually 8 other active violations going back to 1993 on this building. So I think that the owner is not addressing, I didn't check what all of them were. I didn't have time to, but it suggests that the owner has not been dealing with a lot of violations on the property, as well as the current one, which he is trying to cure at least. I don't know. It's from what information I have, the appearance of the addition is not something that I would have found inappropriate. However, I think Michael Devonshire's concerned that there's perhaps not enough it could be more information on the addition is relevant. So I'd like to hear what the other commissioners have to say.
And if I could jump in for just a minute, agreements on lack of clarity here, but just to reiterate that the back wall of the rear extension is full lot, and it abuts a neighboring property's rear wall. So there's nothing exposed or visible there from any indication we have. It's sort of the smaller segments to the side of the addition that perhaps could be seen from a neighboring yard, where you'd see some of what was described as gray stucco, for example. So if you can see the cursor moving back and forth, it's to the sides of the full lot build out at the ground floor, where you would see just the plain stucco, and otherwise it is solely the greenhouse that kind of projects beyond the L, and that's the extent of the materials and what's built back there.
Okay. All right. Let's move along and ask Commissioner Shamir Baran.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Corey, but I'm still unfortunately confused about what exactly this thing looks like, and would really need to understand better what it is exactly that we're approving. I think in general, the scope of the thing doesn't seem overwhelming or large from the axonometrics, but I have no idea what it's made of. So I would need to see that information in order to determine appropriateness or otherwise.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
I would like to see additional information, especially of the greenhouse and how it's constructed, perhaps.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
I concur. I have to say, I find it, I appreciate the fact that we can't see this and we may ultimately approve it, even though I'm upset about the fact that it's a violation. However, I feel like it's insulting to this commission to make a presentation like this that is not thorough. We're here like giving our time, being very thoughtful, and actually reviewing something that is a violation, and yet we're considering it. I think it behooves the applicant to take the time and give us the courtesy and respect that we need, and also the information we need in order to make an informed decision. So I would like to see more information.
Okay, good. Thank you all. I think this frustrating situation brings out the urge of punitiveness in us, which is maybe not where we should be necessarily. But I think we certainly don't have the votes today to approve it. And I would go along with those others who say that it might be approvable, but let's get more information to actually see what we're approving. It's just not, it's not enough information yet. So we won't take action today. We'll move along to the next and final agenda item, but ask that the applicant come back with more information and work with staff to be sure you're coming back with enough information next time. So thank you.
Okay, we will move to the next and last item of the day, item 5, LPC 22-02153, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, multiple blocks and properties. 2620 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 2621 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 2641, 2650 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 70 McCombs Place, 231 West 151st Street, 220 West 152nd Street. These are the Harlem River Houses individual landmark. This is a housing project consisting of 3 groups of buildings and surrounding sites designed by Archibald Manning Brown and built in 1936 to 37. The application is to modify landscape elements, install miscellaneous fixtures and signage, and replace doors and storefront infill. Even though I did read these in as multiple properties on multiple lots, this will be presented in one presentation.
Hey, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You now have control of the screen. Just click on your screen and you can advance the slides with the arrow keys. State your name for the record and you may begin.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ward Dennis with Higgins Quaysbarth, preservation consultant for the project. I'm going to ask Sam Birnbaum of Settlement House Fund to make an introduction, and then I will pick it up from there.
Thank you so much, Ward. This is Sam Birnbaum from Settlement Housing Fund. I am the lead project manager on this project at SHF. If you could just give me 1 second, I am experiencing somewhat of a technical difficulty, but just give me about maybe 10 to 15 seconds, and then I will begin with an intro. Apologies for the delay. Okay, apologies again. So thank you for having us today. As I mentioned, my name is Sam Birnbaum. I am a project manager at Settlement Housing Fund, which again is the lead nonprofit developer of the Harlem River Preservation Pact conversion. Just a quick introduction to our team. The Harlem River Preservation Pact conversion is a joint venture between 2 not-for-profit organizations, Settlement Housing Fund and West Harlem Group Assistance. Settlement Housing Fund is a nonprofit affordable housing developer. We were founded in 1969 and we are based in New York City. We currently own approximately 2,000 units of affordable housing in Manhattan, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. And we work frequently with community partners on development projects, in addition to providing social services to our residents. Our Co-developer on this project is West Harlem Group Assistance. West Harlem is another nonprofit, again, deep experience developing affordable housing in New York City. West Harlem was founded in 1971, and since its founding, they've provided social services to approximately 80,000 New York City residents, and they've created and redeveloped over 1,600 units of affordable housing. Settlement and West Harlem responded to NYCHA's request for proposals for the Harlem River Pact conversion in late 2019, and we've assembled a deeply experienced team. We've spent the last 18 months approximately planning roughly $130 million in comprehensive renovations, some of which you'll hear about today. But in general, the renovations include new kitchens and bathrooms, and apartment interiors, new windows, lead-based paint abatement, heating and cooling upgrades, facade and roof repairs, and extensive work in common areas and on the grounds, as we will discuss. So with that, I will turn it back over to Ward. Of course, I will be on this whole time. So if there's any questions about the project as a whole, or any questions about the scope, I'm very excited to answer your questions. And again, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Sam. So as Sam mentioned, this is what we're showing today is a small part of a much larger project. Harlem River Houses is a complex of 577 public housing units spread across 7 buildings with 47 different entries and stair towers. There is a complete rehabilitation of all the tenant apartments. We are doing facade restoration, window replacement. You can see on the right here, we are working with Landmark staff to do a replacement to match the historic casement windows. We're doing an HVAC upgrade, which involves rooftop units that allows us to get rid of all of the through window air conditioners, energy upgrades, substantial landscape restoration, and restoration of the artwork on the site. The items on the right on this list are what we'll be presenting to you today, and it is a very limited part of the overall project. We are making some pathway and stair modifications within the landscape. We are updating the playgrounds. We are replacing fencing, furniture, lighting, and security, all of which is non-historic in its existing condition. And we are doing building entry modifications and storefront replacement and signage. Sorry, where'd my cursor go here? There we go. So just to orient you, the map on the right shows the complex of buildings. It's spread across 2 city blocks, Macomb's Place on the west, Harlem River and Harlem River Playground on the east, bisected north-south by Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, formerly 7th Avenue. The buildings on the western block are arranged into 2 groupings, what we refer to as Block A and Block B, and the buildings on the east are a single block, Block C. The complex was designed by Archibald Manning Brown as a lead architect for a consortium of architects that included John Lewis Wilson and Horace Ginsburn. The landscape design was by Michael Rapuano. You can see that the overall arrangement of the buildings was designed to maximize light and air and keep separate the 47 different openings that I mentioned before. What's going on with this? There we go. The property itself is significant as the first federally funded, federally built, and federally owned housing project in New York City. It was an early collaboration between NYCHA and the federal government, and also significant for its planning and architecture design features, maximizing the open space and the light and air. I'm going to give you a brief tour through the historic conditions. The site is arranged axially, particularly around the western block where you have the north-south axis that is formed by 2 playgrounds, and then an east-west axis that was the former West 152nd Street is now pedestrianized on the western block and on the eastern block. The image on the top left is a view from Makeham's Place down a set of ceremonial stairs. These stairs are one of the items that we will be presenting to you. We're making modifications to these. At the center of the site, I keep losing my cursor, I'm sorry. At the center of the site is a fountain, a waiting fountain for children that will be restored as part of this project. In the north-south axis of the Western Block are the two playgrounds I mentioned. There are 3 playgrounds total in the site. The north playground and the south playground. These two views are historic conditions of the south playground. You can see that the site consisted originally of concrete paved walkways with Belgian block paved areas surrounding, and then planted areas around that. You can also see on the photo on the right, one of the artworks that we will be restoring. And then this is images on Block C. On the left is the other playground, the Block C playground that I mentioned. And then on the right is this natural amphitheater. This photo is looking up from the park, so the area in the foreground is actually part of the city park, but there is this natural amphitheater on the right here facing out into the park and over the Harlem River. These are some existing condition photos sort of matching what we just saw in the historic. And I think what these will show is the overall condition of the landscaping, the concrete walkways, the Belgian block. A lot of the historically planted areas have been have paved over either in Belgian block or particularly, as you see on the right here, in asphalt paving. And there is a lot of asphalt paving. As part of this project, we are going to be restoring all of the original landscape finishes, and except for the few areas that we're showing today, everything will be restored to match the historic condition. These are some images at the playgrounds on the north on the left and the south on the right. Note that the playgrounds did have fencing added at a later date. We will be replacing that fencing, but it is not original fencing. We will also be upgrading the playgrounds entirely. And that's part of what we will be showing you. On Block C, this is a photo of the existing playground condition at Block C. It has been truncated somewhat in size, and we will show that a bit later. And then you can see in the foreground here, the original fencing and knee walls. These will be retained and restored. On the right is the condition of the amphitheater. Some of the historic features, particularly the semicircle in the foreground, have been paved over and then overgrown in grass. We will be showing some changes there as well. On Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard at the south end and on the south end of Makeham's Place, in the 4 places outlined in red, there are retail storefronts. The historic condition on the right, there is a protecting band of concrete above the storefronts. Storefronts were historically bronze with projecting show windows, recessed entries. You can see on the right here the existing condition. There's that concrete band, but we have a lot of roll down gates and a lot of signage that has been installed over that. A lot of the storefronts have also been replaced with non-historic aluminum storefronts. I did mention the artwork, and I do want to highlight that we are restoring all of the surviving artwork on the site. Jablonski Building Conservation is working with us on that, and they will be doing the restoration work itself. Most of the artwork is in pretty good condition, but obviously the statue of the mother and child with the dog on the left here is in very poor condition. So in terms of site and landscape, this is a original plan of the site. The light brown that you see here is the Belgian block, the green is the planted areas, and the checkerboards are the concrete walkways. So this is the original configuration. Note too that a lot of the smaller courtyards and the playgrounds were originally gravel and later paved over. This is an existing condition site plan, and you can see here really the extent to which the area has been paved over in asphalt over the years. And as I said, we will be working at staff level to remove all of that asphalt paving and to restore the original conditions of the Belgian block again in the light brown, the concrete paved walkways in the checkerboard, and the planted areas in green. So most of the area, most of the work on the site is being done at staff level and is 100% restorative. The places that we'll be showing in a moment are the exceptions to that. We do have a lot of mature trees on site, and those will be retained where they are healthy, which is in most of the cases. And where they're missing, they will be replaced with new London plane trees. And then we will be doing at the other planted areas native species for all the new plantings. Again, an overview of the condition at the walkways. It is a real mess, of hodgepodge of materials. It includes a lot of the asphalt paving that I mentioned, a lot of different concrete walkways, and some non-historic concrete unit pavers. All of the non-historic materials like the concrete unit pavers and the asphalt will be removed. In terms of fencing, we also have a large mix of primarily non-historic fencing. All of the photos, with the exception of these two on the bottom right here, show non-historic fencing, and we will be removing all of the non-historic fencing. We will be installing new fencing in 4 very discrete locations, mainly for code and privacy reasons. And where we do have original fencing, we will be restoring almost all of it. So on the pedestrian corridor, there are 2 changes I'm going to show you. The first is modifications to the ceremonial stairs at the west end of the 152nd Street pedestrian corridor. And the second is where we will be installing bollards for protection from cars coming into the area. And that's at these 4 locations highlighted here. The ceremonial stairs at the west end of the 152nd Street pedestrian area have this very long run and low rise, and the steps themselves do not meet code. The historic condition was Belgian block pavers in the center and on the perimeter, and then a planted area, planted strip on the far perimeter and down the very center. All of that has been removed and paved over with asphalt. The walkways here where you see these railings were concrete, and it is at these concrete steps where we will be making modifications. We will be restoring the planted areas and Belgian block throughout the rest of these steps. And you can see here on the bottom how that rise and run works. And if you're familiar with the code, you know that that's not does not meet current code. And these are images showing the historic condition and the proposed condition. Again, we will be restoring all of the Belgian block at the sides and at the center, and we will be restoring the planted area at the center. We will be converting these long run steps into a regular set of steps. You can see the existing rise run here and the proposed here. There is a railing that runs down the center of these steps currently, and we will be replicating that railing, but installing it at the edges at either side of the steps so that people won't walk into the planted area or the Belgian block area and trip over that. These railings are designed to match the historic pipe railing design from the original landscape scheme. As I mentioned, we will be installing bollards. They're very simple steel bollards with slight decoration on them. And then in terms of the playgrounds, we have 3 formal playgrounds here at Block A, Block B, and Block C. And I will show you that work. And I mentioned that we have 4 areas where we will be installing new fencing. There will be new fencing around these 2 playgrounds at this location here between the daycare, playground, and a tenant area. and then on these refuse areas that are on the street bed of the former West 153rd Street. In terms of the playgrounds, historically, they did not have any fencing. This fencing was added later, simple pipe railing with a finial. This does not meet code in terms of kids, people falling into the playground. There's about a 5 or 6 foot drop from the top of this wall down to the playground itself. We do have the steps at either end of the playground that have that long run, low rise, and we will be replacing those similar to the way that we propose for 152nd Street ceremonial stairs. And we will be resurfacing the playground. So this is the historic on the left, showing the gravel play area. What we're proposing for a surface on the playground is a rubberized play surface that will be a light brown color to sort of recall that gravel condition, but obviously much safer. We will be creating planting beds around the existing trees. You can see here the existing step configuration. We will be converting that to a standard run and rise and run. And we will be installing a ramp at the north end, at the apartment side end of each of the playgrounds, north and south. And that is to provide accessibility, both ADA and strollers and the like. And here is a detail of the ramp, concrete ramp with a very simple pipe railing. Details of the stairs, which as I said are the same as at 152nd Street. And then the proposed railing, we are bringing back that finial that exists on the existing non-historic railings, but adding the vertical pickets so that it meets the code requirements for safety. At the Building C playground, which is on the eastern block, we are doing a similar scope of work. We are retaining the historic fencing pipe railings here. We will be cutting a section of the pipe railing in order to introduce a ramp that comes around here, and we will be resurfacing the playground. And then again, the existing conditions at the amphitheater and a historic view, and I'll show you that in a moment. Starting with the amphitheater, we will be repaving. This was a concrete walkway. It will be a unit paving that will match this unit paving down here. This was historically gravel, and we will be installing curved benches as a way to hopefully make this amphitheater more of a usable space for the tenants. In terms of the playground itself, again, the rubberized surface, we are creating a ramp that sort of L's down here and provides accessibility from this upper level to this lower level. We will have the same fencing around this part of the playground, and you'll note that we are keeping the existing truncated footprint of the playground. This was done some years ago, mainly to keep the playground away from the apartment units that are right here. You can see that historically, the playground was only a couple feet away from people's apartments. Now it is pulled back and we are just retaining that. Where we are installing new fencing, which are 4 locations. This is one. You can see that there's a chain link fence. This is sort of a ramp down over a building, safety concerns. So we are installing a fence here. And then we are installing fences around the garbage areas at West 153rd Street to the north. And there's a daycare fence that I will show you in a moment. We have these 3 small courtyards that go around the perimeter of the site, one at Building 1 in Block A, and one at Building 5, and then a former garden at Building 5 that sits in front of that daycare playground that I mentioned. We are doing modifications here that don't match the historic condition and therefore are part of the C of A scope. And I will take you through that quickly. These were sort of informal play areas historically. Originally, they were gravel. This one at Building 1 was later repaved with Belgian block. What we're proposing to do is keep the Belgian block in a very center area only to create seating, and then the rest of the area will be turned into green space. We will be installing a gate, simple picket gate at this entry to that courtyard. At the building 5, this is really a terrace over over one of the retail spaces. And this too was originally gravel, later paved over in part, now completely paved over. We are keeping a lot of the paving here again because this is a raised area over a retail space, but introducing more green space around the perimeter here and around the outside perimeter consistent with the historic condition. And then this is the garden on the other side of building 5. It was originally a planted area, now covered in gravel and used as ersatz parking. There is a chain link fence here that separates the daycare playground from this area, and we will be replacing that fence with the same picket fence design that we showed previously. And then this is the proposal for the design of this former garden. You can see it was originally all planted. This is where that fence will be, and then we will have planted areas with new unit paving in the center so we can create a seating area for tenant use. Furniture, lighting, and security, I'm going to ask the architect, Mark Ginsberg, to pick up at this point and talk about the proposal for the site furniture, lighting, and storefronts.
Thank you, Ward. So none of the existing original furniture or lighting is still in existence on the site. So we have a proposal with furniture and lighting, which will be unified around a contemporary design. Next slide. We have spent a lot of time working with the residents and the Tenants Association in selecting the furniture and lighting. And here are some images of it. Next slide. For the lighting, there is a mix, as I will be showing you, of a number of different fixtures. None of them are original or historic. We're proposing contemporary unified fixtures that fit with the site lighting. We're also basically able, with the much more efficient modern fixture, to be able to do a one-for-one replacement for the most part. All the fixtures will be LED and complying with dark skies. And we're also, as importantly, security is a major issue, probably the primary issue of residents. With these fixtures, we will be getting up to a modern light levels for security and also just for visibility and use of the site at night. Next slide. As you can see here, there are a variety of light fixtures and cameras around the site. On the upper right, we have the historic number. It originally had an incandescent bulb behind it. It now has this fixture, and I'll be showing you what we do there. Next slide. And this shows the problem. Our goal is to create quality lighting and decent security, and you can see why currently that does not exist. So this is a view of a number of the different fixtures we're using. They're contemporary, they're small, they're more efficient. And as you can see on the right is what we're proposing for the copper entrance numbering, which will, I think, work quite well and be in keeping with the original design. Next slide. So building entries, we're largely matching the historic. None of the original wood is left, and all the new repair and replacement will be metal for durability. We will be keeping the horizontal lights next to the door for visibility and security. Next slide. And you can see on the left is what it looks like currently. and what we're proposing, you can see we're replacing the double hung windows, which are not original, with casement windows that match the original in design, will also be significantly more energy efficient. And as Ward noted, by putting in central heating and cooling, we're getting rid of all the air conditioners. There were no, we had no color samples of the original colors. Next slide. We're having to put in a laundry exhaust. It will be painted the brick color and has been located to minimize visibility. Next slide. The storefronts and signage, as you can see, the existing condition has added roll down gates, lots of signs, but the good news is that a lot of the historic material underneath the metal and paint is still there. Next slide. So we will be removing the paint from the granite base. We will be doing bronze clad windows and soffits and piers. Next slide. And then this is an elevation of what's currently there and what was historic and what's proposed. And this is all based on the public library storefront that you approved a few years ago. Next slide. So here is a photo montage of what we're proposing with the granite base, the bronze storefront, and then signage, which I'll show you some details with in a minute. Next slide. So here, and I think most importantly, if you look on the right, you can see a picture which is of the library. And what we're doing is we're going to be putting bronze details at the front of the storefront. The upper and bottom sections of the detail show this to recreate the original design. Next slide. And then here at the forefront, at the storefront, we're showing the fin detail where we're going to use the bronze to get the narrowest possible profile to match as best we can the original condition. Next slide. And here is the signage. We're going to mount the signage so it's only in mortar joints, so we won't damage the brick. It is designed so the lettering, 18-inch lettering can be replaced without removing any signage or so on. And then it will be halo lit, so at night it is readable. Next slide. So it is an honor to work on this very important historic NYCHA development. I wish they were all this nice. And I'd like to just describe in closing, our goals are first to improve the residents' environment. Much of this is in the interior in their apartments. Restore and preserve the historic fabric. Restore the functionality while bringing the buildings and site into the 21st century so that we have had design interventions for security, accessibility, energy efficiency, our low carbon future, meeting current codes where required, and also using materials and design that is low maintenance so it can be maintained in the long term. And with that, I'd like to thank the commissioners for their time and consideration. And I, along with the rest of the team, will be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Ward, for a very thorough and clear, I think, presentation. Commissioners, are there questions that any of you might have of the team?
I do not see any hands raised.
I'm glad you're my eyes.
Just real quick. Sorry, just real quick. Is this is just confirm this is a RAD conversion?
That is correct. It's actually technically called a packed conversion,
right,
but it is a RAD conversion.
Thank you.
More. Is that in talk for people that know more than I do, I think. But anyway, so no other questions. I'll turn it to Anthony for public testimony.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind anyone who would like to.
Jefferson has his hand
Oh,
raised. Yeah, sorry.
What does that mean, what you just said? The acronym, I don't understand. What does the acronym mean?
RAD.
What?
RAD, what does it mean?
Hi, this is Sam Burnbaum from the Settlement Housing team. So RAD stands for Rental Assistance Demonstration. It's a federal program to support public housing projects. It was initiated in during the Obama administration.
Okay.
And PACT stands for Permanent Affordability Commitment Together. It is NYCHA, what NYCHA calls its sort of group of projects that convert to project-based Section 8, which is a different funding stream than Section 9 public housing under the RAD program. So it's PACT is NYCHA's application of the RAD program.
Thank you.
But importantly, it's the privatization of management of these buildings and sites. In
Yes,
this case
essentially.
by L&M. Mhm.
So
Cease.
essentially, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Essentially, what happens is public housing developments convert from Section 9, which is public housing funding, to project-based Section 8. The buildings and the land are continue to be owned by NYCHA. They're owned by NYCHA in perpetuity. And settlement, the development team, which is again two nonprofits lead the development team, Settlement Housing Fund and West Harlem Group Assistance, are brought in to manage the development. We're bringing in a third-party manager, as well as provide social services and, of course, go through this comprehensive scope of repairs.
Great. Thanks for the clarification. I think many of us don't understand that. So thank you, Edvarda, for asking the question. We'll go back to Anthony.
I think we also have a representative from NYCHA on the line.
Not sure that's important.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can move on to public
Let's
testimony.
wait if there's a question, maybe. Anthony, why don't you now take over the public testimony?
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to remind anyone who would like to testify on this item to please raise their hand regardless of whether they've signed up or not. I will begin with those who have signed up, and then I will move on to those who raised their hands. The first person that I will bring in will be Diego Roballo from the Historic Districts Council. Diego, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Diego Roballo, and I'm talking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. The 1975 designation report for the Harlem River houses emphasizes the importance of the site's landscaping, which was designed under the supervision of Michael Rupuano. Today's proposal ignores the historic significance of this landscaping and displays a confused mixture of benches, tables, lighting, fencing, and signage. Not only are these elements at odds with the historic fabric of the Harlem River houses, but they're also at odds with one another. They do not speak a consistent design language and instead appear as a hodgepodge of items haphazardly selected from a catalog of posts into an otherwise thoughtfully considered historically significant public space. The benches alone are a prime example. The Priva Urbana benches in today's proposal appear anemic in scale, unlikely to withstand the demands of public use. Moreover, they lack the warmth and durability of Rupanos and Clark's original design. The Vera Solo curved benches are even worse. In fact, the models in the reference image illustrate how unwelcoming, how unergonomic these curved benches are. The models' backs are hunched and their bodies contorted. They would likely be more comfortable sitting on the lawn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next person that I will bring in is John Graham from the Victorian Society? John, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham from the Victorian Society. The Victorian Society in New York is testifying on this application because of the exceptional importance of this landmark and the significance of the proposed work program. Although the complex is post-Victorian, it is a direct descendant of the Victorian era model housing projects of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. We applaud the New York City Housing Authority for the care and resources being expended. The work will reverse some of the unfortunate changes to the complex's design, most noticeably by reinstituting multi-light casement windows very similar to the originals. This will make an enormous difference to restoring the mid-century character of the complex. We are delighted that the building is installing a central HVAC system, obviating the need for windows designed to contain projecting AC units. We also appreciate the retention and strengthening of the historic landscape design, features, and materials. We suggest a few items that could benefit from further study. The proposed changes to the grand ramp stair should be rethought. The ramp stair, in which each historic tread sloped and is shown on boards 22 and 23, is typical of complexes of this era, and we don't know why this feature can't be rebuilt in its central section, not counting the regulation stairways on each side, to be more like its original form. We think the proposed metal benches, board 43, are flimsy in appearance and do not support the development's mid-century design. Benches more like the originals would be an improvement. The proposed lampposts and luminaires, board 45, also don't support the mid-century character. Posts and luminaires very similar to the originals, but with modern optics, are readily available from the catalogs of Herwig Lighting, Penn Globe Lighting, and Spring City Electrical Manufacturing. The proposed storefront sign proposal should be rethought. Originally, store signs were limited to the space below the band course, which created a distinct separation of the retail from residential sections of the facades. Signs were painted on the storefront glazing and on the skirts of the roll-up awnings. The proposed sign band above this band course blurs this distinction, and the signs themselves are oversized compared to the diminutive storefronts, as shown on board 57. Finally, an art program is mentioned on board 12, but with no additional information. We hope that proposals for the complex's artwork, an important original part of the design, will be reviewed by the Public Design Commission, but we were given no information to that effect. Especially if that is not to be the case, LPC has a responsibility to ensure that the artwork at the site is properly treated. And last, we would take this opportunity to point out to the commissioners that another housing development of the same date and of at least as much historic and architectural importance as Harlem River Houses is threatened. Parkchester in the Bronx is losing many of its iconic terracotta sculptural figures. This
John, you've gone well above your 3-minute mark, so you could just
is
summarize.
completely unprotected and should be considered by the commission. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. So Cristobal, I do see that you've signed up, but I do not see that you've raised your hand. I'll try and bring you in anyway. You should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Sometimes it is governmental policy to avoid routine maintenance until noticeable deterioration demands a capital budget expenditure. So here, a major project is underway, and it is needed. However, Harlem River Houses is important not only as housing, but as a landmarked early garden design by Clark and Rapuano. Architectural fame waxes and wanes, but in 1986, when I was first testifying at Landmarks, Mrs. Gilmore Clark appeared. She was active in the committee to oppose the sale of St. Bartholomew's Church, whose protests led to the Supreme Court's 1991 decision upholding our landmarks law. And I noticed that Mrs. Clark was treated with great reverence by all, a tribute to her husband's path-breaking work in civic design. Clark and Rapuano's early landscaping choices are now historic as well as beautiful, and New York has an obligation not to ignore them here. This renovation approaches the detailing of modernist design with far too broad a brush, choosing new fixtures that are completely wrong stylistically for a residential garden space of this period in New York just before the Second World War. Rather than futuristic-looking, streamlined, aluminum-colored benches and lights and tables like those proposed here, the original furniture design breaks back toward the traditional benches with wooden slats and dark frames, symmetrical lamps adorned with finials and brackets. Those choices are reinforced by the original sculptural decorations, which are figurative rather than abstract compositions. Perhaps in response to code, aggressively high and dense contemporary fencing destroys the appearance of relaxed openness so marked in the original design. Restoration should be the key policy here, including the former retractable storefront awnings and the delicacy of the original windows. Any storefront security gates should, of course, be interior. It was the original design that justified landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any more signups for this item, but I do see a hand raised. I will bring in Michael Henry Adams. Michael, you should be in the meeting. You just have to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Good morning. This building complex, like the nearby Dunbar houses, have suffered a slow death of 1,000 cuts, with both significant alterations like the removal after designation of the original steel casement windows, and then countless insignificant ones. It's very commendable to see that the steel casements will be restored, but it strikes me that there are all sorts of inexplicable alterations which are proposed, which will further, again, confuse and diminish the original design here. The picket fences, for instance, seem to be a direct contradiction of all of the instances in which you've said you're going to retain the pipe fencing, which has 2 horizontal pipes rather than these vertical members. And so why don't you just extend those consistently throughout the project? Similarly, the ceremonial walkway with the long low-rising ramps, which seem to be, which we're told is not to code, would seem to be a pathway which would be more accessible or more addressing accessibility, with it being more easily transversed by people in wheelchairs than the steps that have been proposed in their place. And finally, the lamppost and the original design are totally dissimilar from what's being proposed, as are these ungainly high fences, which we're told are for security, but which I think you'll find from the experience throughout Harlem, throughout the city, might psychologically make people feel more safe, but will do little to deter any actual kind of crime. So I really think that this project needs to be rethought, but commend the instances in which real restoration is being achieved. You ought to be more consistent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do not see any other hands raised for this item.
Okay. I want to thank all those who did testify. I found the testimony very.
I wanted to just let Lisa have the floor just for a summary of testimony.
Of course.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. We received additional testimony that has been shared with the commissioners. Manhattan Community Board 10 sent us a resolution in support of the application, and we also received a letter from one individual raising concerns about site furnishings.
I'm sorry, what did you say about the community board? In favor?
Yes, they sent us a resolution in support.
In support, okay. Thank you. Again, I just wanted to thank all those who did testify. I found the testimony unusually compelling. I always find it compelling, but especially so today. So thank you very much. We'll go back to the commissioners now, if they have any last questions before we close.
No, Fred, let's have the applicant respond to the testimony.
Sorry, very, very much, Mark. Thank you so much. So the applicant now, either the architect or the preservation consultant should respond, or can respond if you'd like. Either one. Mark or Ward, are you there?
Let me just add one thing about the lighting. We looked at a historic fixture, and it would have required, it just didn't have the light levels that we needed to basically keep the existing pole locations and get the distribution we needed for proper lighting. And actually, it would have had a very low light level. So part of a lot of the reason we did not use the historic fixture is we were trying to not add double or triple the number of light poles around the site, and then it would still have a less even lighting than what we are proposing.
Mark, could you also clarify the issue about those ramp stairs? I think Ward perhaps made said that they were against code, but are they really? Are you aware of that?
That was something I don't fully have the answer. That would be our landscape architect who designed this. But my understanding is that the slope ramp stair did not meet code requirements, because I don't think you can slope a step, and even though it's a long step.
And even though it's outside, not an interior stair. Okay, well, we'll leave it at that. A little bit unclear still.
This is Sam from the development team. I'd also just like to say just a bit about the furnishing, and also just how we've interacted with tenants over the last 18 months in coming up with these designs. So first of all, we are essentially in daily communication with the Tenant Association board. It's an elected board of 5 people that represents the interests of the tenants. We speak with them essentially every day and review really every design decision that comes across our plates with reference to this site. So from things as simple as, well, really not simple, but from topics such as where tenants tend to gather, to security concerns and how to address them, to the materiality of benches, to site lighting. These are things that we have discussed and collaborated on at length with, again, this elected board of tenants. And we also present these design items to the general tenant body roughly 4 to 6 weeks, every 4 to 6 weeks during a resident town hall meeting, which is conducted online due to COVID concerns, but recorded and posted on our website, and also is available. Materials are available in multiple languages. So my point being, we really have tried our best to, first of all, of course, prioritize the historic character of this development, while also keeping in mind how tenants use these spaces and the sorts of changes that they'd like to see. With reference to the furnishing itself, So the materiality, we found that going to a wood material in line with the historic was not recommended, given the damage that we expect would occur to those features over time, and really even in the short term. We did get samples in and found that they were very easily damaged, and also in conversation with NYCHA found that their recommendation was to go to metal benches for that same reason. In terms of the location and distribution of seating, again, that was a very long conversation with tenants as well as the security consultants that we have on site, understanding where tenants tend to gather, why they tend to gather there. So, it wasn't something that we took lightly. It was something that was very much thought out and the result of a very long series of conversations with tenants, our security consultant, landscape architect, as well as the New York City Housing Authority.
I would just add that Ward has been trying to speak, but for some reason you can't hear him. I don't know if he got turned off, and you can fix that.
Lisa, is this something that?
It looks like
we didn't do it. I just muted and unmuted. See if that might work. Benny, can you accept the unmute? Yeah, I think there might be an issue on your end, unfortunately.
Ward, are you able to exit the meeting and then call back in? Would that work? I would definitely love to hear from Ward.
Yeah, if you just want to call in.
Not sure how long we should wait here.
Hi, did this work?
There you are.
I tried switching devices. I'm sorry. Sam and Mark, I think, summarized a lot of it. I just wanted to emphasize a couple points from the public testimony in response to the Victorian Society. We are restoring all of the artwork on site. We're not at this point proposing any new artwork programs, but all of the historic artwork will be restored. And just to clarify on the grand stair, we have that sort of sloped areas of Belgian block and planting historically, and all of that will be retained and restored to its historic condition. It's only at the sort of 6 feet or so on the south and the north where there is concrete steps where we're proposing to change it. And that is to the rise and run that's more comfortable for walking. Michael Henry Adams mentioned using that as a ramp. The slope of that is too high for an ADA ramp. So if you wanted a ramp coming down from Macon's Place, it would have to have a lot of switchbacks there, and large areas of the site are fully accessible from 151st and from 7th Avenue. Also wanted to mention that we are doing this project as a historic preservation tax credit project. SHPO has approved the work, and the National Park Service is currently reviewing it. And in terms of the signage, John Graham had some comments about that. We are, if you look at the detail for that, we are lifting it up above the concrete band, so there is a separation there. And I think it works in a way that is very clean, but allows for new signage. Obviously, tenants, as they come in and out, can switch out letters, as Mark described, but the sign bands themselves are discrete. And just to emphasize what Mark said about the storefronts, the montage that we showed is the existing storefronts that the commission approved for the public library on the east side of Adam Clayton Powell. And that is the model that we will be replicating There's a really nice detail in there at that corner window where they used extruded bronze instead of aluminum, and that really allows the storefronts to work well. So I think I will leave it there unless there are more questions from the commissioners.
There was another comment about, and I don't know if it can be reiterated because I know there's been a lot covered, a comment about fencing. I don't know if you had a...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Sam. And just to be clear there, we are removing all of the non-historic fencing that sort of separates and blocks off the site and makes it inaccessible. We are installing the new picket fencing. We're first off restoring all of the original pipe railings where we have them, and we'll be replacing them in kind where we don't. The picket railings are not so much security, but safety. We have the sunken playgrounds, and we have a very high ledge over which kids could fall. So that's why there is a picket installed there. There was that one strange ramp area on the east side of Adam Clayton Powell, which is also sort of a security risk. We don't want people falling down. So we're installing a fence there, and we are installing new fencing around the garbage areas on the street bed of West 153rd Street. That's part of the block and lot, but not part of the historic site. It's a little bit of a odd area up there. And then last, between the daycare area and the Building 5 garden, we'll be installing a picket fence, and that's replacing a chain link fence. Other than that, we are not, we're not filling up the site with a lot of fencing. We're leaving it very open intentionally. That's the way the landscape was designed, to be accessible for people to be able to use, and that's very much part of the spirit in which we are approaching everything here.
Thank you. Do I understand that, Eduardo, your hand has been raised?
Yes, I have one question about the furniture. Is the furniture anchored to the site for 25 years, or is it movable?
Mark Ginsberg, can you answer that?
It's anchored to the site. It's anchored to the ground.
So they would be there anchored. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final questions? I'd like to close the hearing if not. Eduardo, would I ask you to make a motion to close the hearing?
I so motion.
All right. And Michael Goldblum, if you're still here, would you second that?
Second.
All right. Thank you. So the hearing is closed.
We have to vote on it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We do.
Thank you.
See, that doesn't work. Okay. Well, we'll vote then. Mark?
No. Just all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Now we can. Okay, let's start our discussions now with Commissioner Shamir Baran.
Yes. So it is wonderful and important that this this housing development site, and especially all of its kind of public infrastructure, is finally going to be restored and some attention and money paid to it. I think that the group that presented to us has really studied the history of the site, and in conversation and constant work with the community members has really tried to develop a sensitive approach to every single detail. And I recognize that there are some things that may be lost that are historic, the wood benches, the slope of the stairs, potentially in some cases, as well as the differences in heights of rails and of fences. But I think overall, and in specific situations, the approach has been really thorough and really careful. And NYCHA's been just starved for money, and could not possibly begin to upgrade all of its stock. And so the new program, I mean, I think that there's some hesitation about it and some suspicion about it naturally, but for the most part, RAD and PACT are the only ways forward to actually attend to some of these long overdue maintenance issues. So I commend it, and I think it's absolutely appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I think this is in general a sensitive and thoughtful restoration, and I think that the issues about the furniture, while I had a little bit of concern listening to the testimony and looking at it, I could see that from the original and later discussion that they had spent a lot of time working with tenants, and I think that's important. I think that the light fixtures, the amount of lumens that they're generating, the lighting condition is very important, and that we have previously permitted, different fixtures in situations where the fixtures did not give adequate light for the purpose. So I think that could be approvable, and also not the fencing. I think the safety issues are important. I think the park benches, these park benches similar to the original ones are in existence throughout the city without remarkable deterioration. And that said, we permit the changing of playground furniture regularly out of necessity, and these are a very replaceable element. So I think I could approve these metal benches since it's a fairly minor component of the entire design and the composition that are being made. I also just want to praise the fact that they're doing the casement windows and removing all of the air conditioning units from windows, which is a great improvement. So I think overall, I can approve this as presented.
Thank you. Michael Devonshire.
Like Diana, overall, I find this quite approvable.
Thank you. Michael Goldblum now following Michael Devonshire. Let's see what happens.
I generally agree with everything that Michael said, but I'm going to pass up the opportunity to fully agree because, first of all, I got to say, this is a miracle. This PACT thing, it's a miracle for public housing, and this is the second one we've seen here, and it's just a blessing for the city. I mean, Williamsburg was fantastic. This is fantastic. So very, very excited, very, very grateful to all who made that program go forward, and may it march through the entire stock of public housing to the extent that the regulations permit it. Everyone could use this kind of investment. I think most of the design interventions are great. I will make a few fussy comments just because I think this is such an important site. It really deserves a meticulous approach. I think that a lot of discussion has been about the furniture, the site furniture, and I think that discussion's been appropriate. I can live with the weird kind of modern furniture, although I have to say that the excuse about the wood is not acceptable to me. I mean, you can get Trex, fake wood slats that'll outlast all of humanity and most of the insects on this planet. So I don't think that longevity is a good excuse. But if it's been approved by I know how arduous it is to get things approved by tenants, and if they've approved the furniture selection, I would say go forward with the furniture selection, but look with staff at colors that can be selected that are least grading and most conducive to harmony on the site. I think, however, placement of the furniture should be examined. I think that what strikes me about this design is its Beaux-Arts formality. And I think that there's a lack of recognition of that placement and formality that is clearly evident in the original, in the proposed. So I would say the applicant should work with staff to look for wherever possible to use symmetry, use balance, use formality that doesn't necessarily place a bench where a bench was, but that maintains the sense of order and kind of elevation that the symmetry and formality gave to this development. And I think that extends the most to the light poles. I don't buy the idea that you can't get light poles that meet your lighting requirements. You can get custom light poles without a great expense, with custom luminaires that are going to put out a lot of light. And I think that the fact that in almost all of the historic images, the light poles, which contrast with the modernist buildings and are kind of blatantly historicist, even when they were installed, I think, means that for me, they become part of the architecture and very important. So I think the applicant should work with staff to find a more appropriate historic fixture that recalls the existing fixtures or the old fixtures and that seeks to place them in an iconic way, the way they were originally placed. I think that same comment about formality goes to the decisions about placement of landscaping and paving. I think that to the extent that you can keep your paving symmetrical and even and balanced and formal, I think it will echo the original intent of the architecture and of the space. So I think those are minor changes that can be done with staff again, but just, avoid the tendency to kind of just do things in an asymmetrical way because they seem to be more modern. I think that for this particular site, that's not an instinct that should be followed. I think in terms of the railings, it's fine to do modern railings that meet code, but I think they should integrate details of the existing pipe railings into code compliant railings that will have them harmonize with the existing railings and not just seem like two separate choices.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Gustafson.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Goldblum just said. In particular, I would just in the interest of time, I'll focus on one thing, which is the lighting question. It seems inconceivable that the New York City Department of Parks Capital Division can identify perfectly historic lighting fixtures that do a wonderful job of lighting our parks in a safe way. And if you want to know, they use a place called Century Lighting in Freeport, Long Island, and they've reproduced these things at an incredibly high intensity level. The same concept goes for those benches. The New York City Department of Parks finds a way to use restoration materials and looks, and they survive a long, long time. So I hope that we will recommend that you work with our staff to a little bit harder on those aspects of the program. I think Michael Goldblum has another question, as his hand raised.
Sorry, I forgot two important things. I'm sorry. First of all, I agree with John on the signage for the storefronts. It should be below the little concrete overhang. That band should be in violet and should remain exposed and not cluttered up with signage, number one. Number two, super important. One of the worst things about this development in its current state is the exposed conduit for the surface mounted lighting. To the extent that can be made internal, great. To the extent that it can't, and I think that all the new surface mounted lighting is fine, but to the extent that it must be done with exposed conduit, number one, it should always be painted to match the brick. Number two, they should work with staff to develop a format for how it should run. It shouldn't be kind of like zigzagging all across the building facade in a helter-skelter way. There should be a pattern for how it's done so that it's consistent.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move to Commissioner Jefferson for his thoughts.
Michael said it all. I mean, it's really incredible criticism. And I think the part that I think it was unbuttoned was the symmetry of keeping elements in the landscape symmetrical. I think he said it all.
Thank you. I believe that's it for the remaining commissioners. I think we've had several people who had to leave.
That's right.
Okay. So my thoughts are not different than you've heard, so I won't spend much time. But I will say that if my math is right, I just did it here, this incredible complex, the first federal housing in New York City, is 85 years old. And as has been said, it's worn out, worn down, and it's wonderful that now the resources seem to be at hand to improve it. But also in those 85 years, the way we live and work and play has changed enough, at least in my estimation, that things can change, particularly on the landscape. The greatest aspect of all this project is something that we don't even get to opine on necessarily unless we just say it. It's not part of our purview, which is the windows and the air conditioning and heating. So I'm in agreement, I think, with the rest of the commission here remaining, that we can approve this today, but with a series of very specific areas to work very closely with our staff. Now, how to—
Fred,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I think Wellington has joined.
Oh,
I'm not sure, Wellington, how long if you feel comfortable commenting. I don't recall when you came back.
Yeah, thank you for noticing that, but since I missed the initial presentation, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mark, you've heard what I just said, which is I think we have the votes for an approval, but with a fairly significant amount of close coordination and work with staff. And I don't have the resolution in order to read it. I might ask, if I could, if Mark thinks that's the direction we're heading, I might ask Commissioner Goldblum to read the resolution and to add the issues which I've just referred to and which he referred to eloquently in his speech.
Yeah, I think that would make the most sense. A number of commissioners indicated their agreement with Commissioner Goldblum's comments.
So,
Okay.
Michael, if you could.
Sure. Regarding 2620 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 2621 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 2641 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 2650 Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, 70 McCombs Place, 231 West 151st Street, 220 West 152nd Street. The Harlem River houses an individual landmark. The application is to modify landscape elements, install miscellaneous fixtures and signage, and replace doors and storefront infill. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of non-historic fixtures, paving, and miscellaneous elements will eliminate any unsympathetic alterations that detract from the complex, without removing any historic fabric, that a majority of historic paving and landscaping will be restored, and that additional landscape work will be harmonious with the site, thereby returning the landscape to a condition more in keeping with its original appearance, that the proposed furnishings, including benches, tables, trash cans, are typical of such installations found at parks and public spaces throughout the city and will not detract from this individual landmark. The proposed light poles are neutral in design and finish in their form, and design will meet current dark sky requirements. That is, security cameras, light fixtures fixed to buildings will be simple in design, small in scale, and the visible conduit will be painted to match underlying masonry, helping it recede from view. That the proposed areas of new fencing surrounding amenity areas will be low scale and simple in design and will not eliminate the open character of the interior green spaces. That the installation of concrete ramps at the playgrounds will allow for barrier-free access in the least intrusive manner possible. That the work at the ceremonial stairs is largely restorative, with a change in the rise and run at center stairs to meet modern code requirements. That the wall-mounted flue at Building 2 will be finished to match the underlying masonry to minimize its visual impact. That the new doors will match historic doors in terms of configuration, operation, and details, and the change in material will be minimally perceptible from public thoroughfares. That storefronts will have been altered over time. Therefore, proposed work will not damage any significant historic or architectural features of the buildings. That storefront work will remove non-historic infill and proposed storefronts are in keeping with the historic storefronts in place in terms of placement, materials, compositional arrangement, and finish. That the profiled molding is a modern, more pronounced interpretation of the historic molding that will blend with overall storefront design. The work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of this individual landmark. However, the applicant will work with staff on a number of suggestions that were made in the comments in this hearing relating to furniture placement, landscape design, and extent of paving, installation of lighting and conduits, and signage at the storefronts. Do I need to be more specific than that, Mark?
I think that we can refer to your comment as well.
Great.
So, yeah.
Good. Thank you for making the motion. Commissioner Gustafson, would you second it?
Second.
Excellent. Mark, would you call the roll?
Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
With 7 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstained, the motion passes.
Thank you all. Thank you for the day. And the moment you've been waiting for, you can go deal with your grumbling, growling stomachs. I'm sorry we've run through the normal lunch hour, but now we don't come back for the afternoon. Thank you all, commissioners and the public, for joining us today.